So we're going to do a little bit of reactions on this particular program. I'm still blown away, man. What do you guys think? The whole Jimmy Kimmel thing? I mean, I gotta admit, the dude's got some nerve for some of the things he said. By the way, just as a quick thing, if you read the text messages of the alleged shooter, you would know that he's not MAGA at all, just as a heads up. But I think that Jimmy Kimmel is a little bit spineless, personally. He is a chameleon. He, you know, if you look at the Man Show back in the day, like let's take a step back to the days of the Man Show. The Man used to be funny, politically incorrect, and enjoyable. Then he becomes some Democratic shill. I think it's, you know, it's okay if you want to vote Democrat. It's okay to be whatever you really want to be at the end of the day. But I think what was very frustrating, I think what is very frustrating about Jimmy Kimmel is just how incredibly woke he got. It's just like Howard Stern, dude. Howard Stern used to be a real, by the way, he still is a real POS. But like, man, people tend to forget. Once you go woke, people somehow tend to forget that you were not woke, I guess. Maybe the Michael Garza show needs to become woke. So one, we can go broke. That would be the key. But I'm back. Guess who's back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. Shady's back. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? I created a monster. Nobody wants it. No Shady. Your chopped liver. You want Shady? This is what I'll give you. A little bit of me. Okay, here we go. We're going to get to the point of all this. We're going to get to all this. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Have you turned on your TV? Have you seen reality? There's a timer I got to adjust on here for Nightbot. Hold on. Okay, so we're back. We're ready to attack. Ready to roll. Please subscribe. We only want simps. Okay. Vendetta Wayne says, I've seen you before. What up, dude? Yes, you have. Hey, said hi, hello, what up, YOLO, good day local, how you doing? Hello, Nia? It's good to see everybody in the chat. Thank you for coming along. I really appreciate y'all. But yeah, so overall, we're doing a little bit of a show today. We're doing a little bit of a different one. We're talking about Jimmy Kimmel. We're reacting to Jimmy Kimmel. We're going to look at some videos here real quick. And we all know that Jimmy Kimmel is a little bit of, I do believe he's kind of spineless. I'm not going to lie. I've always found him to be kind of I wouldn't say always, because I did think he used to be funny. The Man Show used to be a funny show. I will admit, even Jimmy Kimmel's late night show in its first inception was still pretty good. But the more you go woke, the more you go broke. That is the mantra. You hear that all the time. You go woke, you go broke, okay? It's just that simple. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Let's see. The best thing about the Man Show is the girls jumping on the trampolines. Huh? It's a part that people liked, man. It's a part that people liked. Give me one moment, though. I gotta look at my Nightbot configuration here. Timer, Nightbot.tv/timers. Okay, cool. Okay. Make sure you guys like and subscribe and like the channel. Like and subscribe, you know what I mean? You know the thing. But let's take a look here. We're going to react to Jimmy Kimmel. I think that the clips are already on YouTube. I haven't seen any of his clips since he's been back. I guess he was back today. I want to watch the raw Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, I want to see here. So we're going to kind of react to this. Not all of it.
I thought I knew what therapy was until I found...
Ugh. So sick of these ads. So Jimmy Kimmel is back. Let's take a look. I'm not happy about it. Look, I never wanted him to be taken off the air, by the way, but honestly, he was such a proponent of cancel culture and so supportive of it. I don't like seeing people taken off the air, but at the same time, it's like he was so about cancel culture and it just made me sick. I don't like people who are about cancel culture. It just bugs me. So we'll probably show part of the, we'll probably just show a little bit. A little bit here, a little bit there. We'll probably play it at 1.25%. How's that? Yeah. We're not going to watch the whole thing.
And autism.
Jimmy Kimmel coming back to late night television.
ABC chose to bring back their low rating nighttime host.
We are in for a monologue that will be a marker.
By the way, he does have low ratings. Like, his ratings are not that good. Just as an FYI to everybody. So, people got to realize his ratings suck. Anyway, let's keep watching this guy.
Late night show history.
It's going to be in a moment.
Yeah, no question, a huge moment in American history.
One of the most pivotal moments in broadcast history.
He will be delivering what is being dubbed the most anticipated monologue in late night in years.
Maybe we should
Change?
Yeah.
From Hollywood, it's Jimmy Kimmel Live. Tonight, Glenn Powell and music from Sarah McLachlan with Cleveland.
Yeah,
Everyone I have ever met has reached out 10 or 11 times. Weird characters from my past are the guy who fired me from my first radio job in Seattle, where we are not airing tonight, by the way. Sorry, Seattle. His name is Larry. In 1989, Larry tried to force me to do a bit called Jokes for Donuts, where people would call in with a joke and I would give them donuts. I refused to do it, and then I made a lot of fun of Larry for suggesting it, and eventually Larry fired me, and I had to move back in with my parents. But even he wrote in to cheer me up. Thank you, Larry, and I want to thank everyone who checked in.
Okay. First off, Jimmy, look, you don't have good ratings. I mean, that is a thing. you're in the same boat. In fact, I don't know who has worse ratings, you or Colbert. I think more people probably watch Jimmy Kimmel than Colbert, actually, because Colbert just isn't funny anymore. Like, Colbert just isn't funny. So Mike says enough affiliates have dropped this idiot. He will eventually lose his job anyway. Yeah, it's probably going to be the eventuality. Just put the chat right here. There we go.
To hope all of them, but some that I do especially want to mention are my fellow late night talk show hosts, my friend Stephen Colbert, who's found himself in this
Who deserve, like I said, Steven deserves to be canceled because he's not funny anymore. Let's keep going.
predicament. My friends Jon Stewart, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Fallon, John Oliver, Conan O'Brien, James
Conan's funny. He mentioned Conan. The other guys he mentioned, Jon Stewart's, oh, I don't know. Jon Stewart's kind of gone off to the leftist deep end as well. But I will say that Conan O'Brien is legitimately funny. And Jimmy Kimmel, I still think, has the ability to be funny. And he does do some funny stuff. I love the shit with Matt Damon on Jimmy Kimmel. But outside of it, though, man, I don't know. By the way, if you guys want me to answer your chats, we're going to do it in the form of a super chat. That'll be easiest because there's a lot of chats coming in, a lot of people coming in. So it would be best probably to go that route. Hold on.
Gordon, Arsenio, Kathy, Wanda, Chelsea, even Jay reached out. I heard from late night hosts in other countries, from Ireland and from Germany. The guy in Germany offered me a job. Can you imagine? This country has become so authoritarian. The Germans are like, come here, cut loose. My boyhood idols, Howard Stern and David Letterman, were very considerate.
Like, here's the thing, though. It wasn't Trump that... I don't think Trump forced these affiliates to drop Jimmy Kimmel to play other things, is what I'm trying to get at. And I think a lot of them were just upset by how insensitive... Look, at those comments were pretty bad. Because he was basically saying that a mega guy, somebody who is mega, killed Charlie Kirk, when it's clearly the opposite. Look at the text and tell me that that person's mega. No, that person is, I think we already know. Let's just say furries.
And I feel honored to be part of a group of people that knows what goes into doing a show like this. And I also want to thank all of you.
Searching for a reliable...
Jesus. Hold on.
Who supported our show, cared enough to do something about it, to make your voice...
Oh, Tim Smith is in the house. Let's see. Dude, Jeremy. No, they didn't. You know what they did was they realized that Jimmy, by the way, who has low ratings, is actually just kind of a dirtbag these days. Sorry. Tim Smith says, I think Kimmel is on the air, but a ton of local networks aren't carrying him. Exactly. I think a lot of them are fed up because they're like, one, nobody watches this douche. I mean, I've been thinking he's been pretty douchey for a while. You know what's so funny? Like, you know, like guys like Howard Stern, like I said earlier, guys like Howard Stern and Jimmy Kimmel are in the same boat. They were both politically incorrect people back in the day. And then for some reason, their eyes opened and they became all woke and stuff. I don't know if it's because of their significant others. I don't know who turned them woke, but they became woke. And woke is a thing, by the way. It's a real thing. And we didn't even make that up. Woke was something that was come up with. the left came up with the term woke originally. We just thought it was so dumb that we were like, okay, we'll call you woke because it's the dumbest thing we've ever heard. Anyway, Tim Smith says not carrying Oregon/Portland. Oregon. Oh, wow. Yeah, go woke, go broke, exactly. That is the terminology, man.
This is her so that mine could be heard. I will never forget it. And maybe most of all, I want to thank the people who don't support my show and what I believe, but support my right to share those beliefs anyway.
I will admit, like, I always want guys like Jimmy Kimmel or whoever to share what they really believe. But my problem with Jimmy Kimmel is I don't want to actually shut him up. I kind of want to see him learn a little bit of a lesson, though. I'll tell you why. Because he was he was such an advocate of cancel culture. He was a big voice in cancel culture. So for people need to realize this about Jimmy Kimmel. All right? He loved seeing conservative voices go silent. Not in a bad way, but like in a way of like he wanted to see them not have a platform. And it was frustrating. I feel like the guy is definitely a hypocrite. This is all my opinion, by the way. I do think he's a hypocrite. As much as I don't think he's a bad person. I don't know. We're not going to watch too much more of this because he's just so ridiculous, but let's see what else we got.
I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it. I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any mine. But I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family. And
okay, I'll give him props for doing this. I hope they're not crocodile tears, though. But I hope he means it. Like, I hope he's sincere about this, but we'll see.
And asking for compassion, and I meant it. I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make, but I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think I did point the finger, I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way.
Yeah, I mean, you did point the finger. You basically said that the dude, and by the way, Jimmy, look, I'm trying to be compassionate to you as well, because I don't think that you're an evil person. I don't. I actually don't think Jimmy Kimmel's evil. And I do think that deep down, I think he gets... My problem is people who get so entrenched in the political world that they forget to be human. It's okay to be human. I will give Jimmy props, by the way. Look, he does wear his emotions on his sleeve. I tend to do so myself. I like that he's at least addressing this and not avoiding it. I'm going to give him props. I'm going to give him his flowers. I didn't think I would, because I didn't know what this monologue was going to be like. Okay? But here's the thing. Ty Lord says crocodile tears from him, you could tell. I mean, we'll see. I mean, like, look, I do think that there might be... I think he does feel bad to some degree because he did... First off, if you read those text messages from the alleged shooter, you would know that the alleged shooter is definitely not MAGA. In fact, like I said, replace the M with another letter, and you know. But let's just say the alleged shooters had a furry boyfriend, right? And his family was conservative, the alleged shooter's family was, but he wasn't. He had actually adopted a very far left ideology. I'm not saying that the alleged shooter is far left. I'm just saying what the family has said about the shooter, what his own family has said about him, and that he has a furry boyfriend / roommate / whatever. All right? Whatever. Not going to get into that too much, but I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. I mean, whether he does or doesn't, and he could just be trying to save his job, and he also, you know, I don't know. It's tough to say, but we'll see.
Many friends and family members on the other side who I love and remain close to, even though we don't agree on politics at all. I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a solution, and it isn't. Ever. And also, selfishly...
I mean,
even when your room is
gotta
80
give him
degrees,
props.
your bed can be 55. That's the Pod, a cooling cover that fits over your current mattress.
I didn't think
cools
I'd
with
say
water,
this, man,
not
but
air, circulated through thin tubes.
I am a person who gets a lot of threats. I get many ugly and scary threats against my life, my wife, my kids, my coworkers, because of what I choose to say. And I know those threats don't come from the kind of people on the right who I know and love. So that's what I wanted to say on that subject. But I don't want to make this about me, because, and I know this is what people say when they make things about them, but I really don't. This show is not important. What is important is that we get to live in a country that allows us to have a show like this. I've had the opportunity to meet and spend time with comedians and talk show hosts from countries like Russia, countries in the Middle East, who tell me they would get thrown in prison for making fun of those in power, and worse than being thrown in prison. They know how lucky we are here. Our freedom to speak is what they admire most about this country. And that's something I'm embarrassed to say I took for granted until I pulled my friend Steven off the air and tried to coerce the affiliates who run our show in the cities that you live in to take my show off the air. That's not legal. That's not...
Hold on. So... I don't really believe that. I think that those affiliates were not fans of what Kimmel was saying. Like, legitimately. I think that they saw what he said is very deeply insensitive and honestly uncaring. And look, here's the thing, man. Jimmy, you were promoting cancel culture quite a while ago, too. Don't act like your hands are completely clean, bud. I just got to say that your hands are not completely clean here. Got it? Okay. Let's see what else we got. It's going to get interesting. What else do you guys think the man's going to say? We'll see. We shall see. You guys ready for it? Let's go.
Not American. That is un-American, and it's so dangerous. I want you to think about this. Should the government be allowed to regulate which podcasts the cell phone companies and Wi-Fi providers are allowed to let you download to make sure they serve the public interest? You think that sounds crazy? No! 10 years ago, this sounded crazy. Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, telling an American company, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, and that these companies can find ways to change conduct and take action on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead, in addition to being a direct violation of the First Amendment, is not a particularly intelligent...
Yeah, first off, the FCC, if the FCC is actually trying to coerce affiliates to take Kimmel off the air, I think that's bad. Now, if the affiliates made their own decision on their own without government interference, like if the FCC didn't threaten, which I still don't know if they did, maybe they did. The question is, did the affiliates want Kimmel gone because they're like kind of getting fed up with him at that point? Or did the FCC coerce the affiliates and threaten? That's a very good question, and it's honestly, it's a reasonable question. It's a tough one, man. It's a tough one. Let's take a look at some of the comments real quick. Dog Eat Dog says exactly, Mike. Heck yeah. Good to see you, Dog Eat Dog. Then they made him say it. The backlash and thought losing money. Okay, whatever. Let's see. Maybe. You know, possibly. Kimmel is own. Oh, we're not gonna go there. You don't want to get kicked off YouTube now, Dog Eat Dog. Come on, brother. Come on, man. Tim Smith says, I don't get it. If the government took Kimmel off the air, how is he back? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, look, if the FCC is trying to like do some weird coercion stuff, that is a bit of a problem. All right? I can see that. Let's keep going. We're watching this at 1.5x speed, just to speed it up real quick. But yeah, I can't. I'm trying to kind of understand Jimmy's body language here, because I kind of look at body language in the way the eyes are. In fact, if I cover up his face, I don't know. His mouth looks sad, but his eyes, I don't know. I can't tell. Sometimes you have to be physically with somebody to really kind of gauge how they're actually feeling and doing. You know, you can only see so much through body language. There's something about being in the presence of somebody to really understand what's going on there. Let's keep going.
Threat to make in public. Ted Cruz said he sounded like a mafioso. Although, I don't know, if you want to hear a mob boss make a threat like that, you have to hide a microphone in a deli and park outside in a van with a tape recorder all night long. This genius said it on a podcast. Brendan Carr is the most embarrassing car Republicans have embraced since this one. And that's saying it.
That's a good-looking car, by the way. Dude, if somebody gifted me a Trump Cybertruck, I don't know if I would buy one because I'm too cheap, but if I was gifted a Trump Cybertruck, dude, I would be so stoked. I would drive that thing into into the Seven Devils parking lot. I'd go to the Seven Devils parking lot. I'd park my fat car in that parking lot, and it would be effing glorious, dude. Effing glorious. All the liberals, because it's pretty much liberals for the most part that go to like Seven Devils Brewery in Coos Bay. They would look at me with a stink eye that you would never, ever imagine, dude. Or you could never imagine, or whatever. Okay, so trying to catch up with some of the comments. I'm kind of keeping an eye on certain comments. I'm trying my best to answer everybody. By the way, if you guys want your chats answered and highlighted, at least a better chance of them being answered and highlighted, make sure you guys give a super chat, though. That does help the channel grow and blah, blah, blah. So Tim Smith says, Colbert Show loses $40 million a year for CBS. I wonder how much Kimmel's loses. Yeah, I can imagine. It's... dude, I still don't think Kimmel's ratings are probably all that good. Like, if we're going to be honest, I don't know, man. Ty Lord says, but eyes will say so much more. Absolutely. Trump and Kimmel have the same boss. I agree.
The FCC has a tradition of meddling where they shouldn't under many administrations, but it wasn't always like this. There was an FCC commissioner back in 2022 who worked under Joe Biden who was spot on. He wrote, President Biden is right. Political satire is one of the oldest and most important forms of free speech. It challenges those in power while using humor to draw more people into the discussion. That's why people in influential positions have always targeted it for censorship. You know who wrote that? FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr.
Wow, that is kind of an irony. I'll admit it.
Was appointed chairman of the FCC by this former crusader for free speech.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental...
I will admit, like I said, if the FCC is really trying to punish and take Kimmel off the air, I'm not a fan of that. Like, and when I say, like, you know, if they're trying to threaten all the affiliates and stuff, I'm not a fan of that at all. But if the affiliates made this decision on their own without the FCC coercing them, I mean, put 2 and 2 together. It is possible that they legitimately just found what Kimmel said was repulsive. And it was. It was. What he originally said was repulsive. Anyway.
Right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple, just like dominoes, one by one. They'll go down.
That was also in 2022. And I wonder, how did that guy turn into this guy?
Who would you like to see replace Kimmel on late night?
A lot of people, anybody could replace him. Guy had no talent. Kimmel had, look, he was fired. He had no talent. It's a whack job, but he had no talent. And more importantly than talent, he had no, because a lot of people have no talent, they get ratings. But he had no ratings.
I mean, Trump isn't wrong. Like, if we look up the ratings of Jimmy Kimmel, I think it'd be fascinating, to be honest. Well, actually, you know what? Let's look it up right now. Are Jimmy Kimmel ratings low overall? Okay, so AI is telling me that yes, Jimmy Kimmel's overall live TV viewership and share of the key 18 to 49-year-old advertiser demographic have declined significantly over the past decade, though the show has a strong online presence through clips and its large YouTube subscriber base. While overall late-night viewing has decreased, Kimmel's ratings have fallen more steeply than some competitors, placing him third amongst the major late-night broadcasts in the current viewership landscape. Let's see. Jimmy Kimmel, the decline factors contributing to the industry-wide trends, the overall linear TV viewership. Yeah, that makes sense. Third most watched late-night show behind The Tonight Show and The Late Show. Strong online presence of a decline there. I mean, like, look, if he's doing all right on YouTube, fine. If his clips are at least, you know, getting them some extra money, good. But, I mean, we'll see here. Let's keep going.
Well, I do tonight.
I can't stand hearing that crowd.
You almost have to feel sorry for him. He did his best to cancel me. Instead, he forced millions of people to watch the show. That backfired bigly. He might have to release the Epstein files to distract us from this now.
I mean, that's kind of a decent joke. Not gonna lie, that was all right. That was all right. Now, I'm not a big... like I said, if Trump and the FCC chair were trying to coerce these affiliates, I'm not a fan of that.
A lot of people have been asking me if there are conditions for my return to the air, and there is one. Disney has asked me to read the following statement, and I agreed to do it. Here we go. To reactivate your Disney Plus and Hulu account, open the Disney Plus app on your smart TV or TV-connected device. I've been...
That is kind of funny. That actually, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to give him props on that. That's actually kind of funny. I may disagree with Kimmel, and I think he's a woke shill, but I still do think he has the ability to be funny. I think it's in him at some level. So seeing that is some hope. I still think he's going to be a woke a-hole, and I'm not going to watch his show after this because the only reason we're even checking him out is because of the controversy itself. Honestly, who the hell really gives a crap about the Jimmy Kimmel show? Nobody watches it because he's woke and he's just not as funny as he used to be. And maybe he's lost it. I don't know. But a lot of it is the woke stuff. And I think a lot of the woke stuff is what turned people away from the show to begin with. And that matters, and it needs to be brought up in a lot of ways.
Fortunate to work at a company that has allowed me to do the show the way we want to do it for almost 23 years. I've done almost 4,000 shows on ABC, and over that time, the people who run this network have allowed me to evolve and to stretch the boundaries of what was once traditional for a late-night talk show, even when it made them uncomfortable, which I do a lot. Every night, they've defended my right to poke fun at our leaders and to advocate for subjects that I think are important by allowing me to use their platform, and I'm very grateful for that.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name.
I was not happy when they pulled me off the air on Wednesday. I did not agree with that.
One moment.
Decision, and I told them that, and we had many conversations. I shared my point of view, they shared theirs, we talked it through, and at the end, even though they didn't have to, they really didn't have to, this is a giant company, we have short attention spans, and I am a tiny part of the Disney Corporation. They welcomed me back on the air, and I thank them for that.
Yeah, I mean, Disney's woke, so of course Disney was going to look at this and be like, we're pretty woke. They also probably saw people... They probably saw a lot of woke people were getting rid of their Disney Plus subscriptions because of the controversy. So they're like weighing it out a bit. And they're like, let's get him back. Damn it. I don't know. I think he's a little too woke for me sometimes. But I am glad I'm glad he's himself. Even if he's a woke POS. Glad he could still say whatever he wants to say at the end of the day. I also want to apologize if I missed any core chats, by the way. Any,
Fortunately, and I think unjustly, this puts them at risk. The President of the United States made it very clear he wants to see me and the hundreds of people who work here fired from our jobs. Our leader celebrates Americans losing their livelihoods because he can't take a joke. He was somehow...
I don't know. I do think the president does think that Jimmy Kimmel's unfunny. I think probably a lot of people do because he's like the third in late night and like, I don't know. I can't stand... I mean, Colbert, I mean, these are all leftist dudes. They're in Hollywood. They're in LA. I mean, being woke is like as common as skinny jeans on an effeminate dude. You know, it's bound to happen. What can you say? What can you do? But Jimmy's back. Good for him. He seemed to be sincere about everything that was going on. It's tough to say whether he means it or not. Don't know. I like to think the best of the dude. I think he does have a soul. I think he's a little misguided, but I think he believes he's doing good. But, you know, it's interesting. It would be nice if he poked fun at all politicians, all of them. Instead of, you know, when Joe Biden was in office, I don't even think he really poked a lot of fun at Joe Biden. Then again, I didn't watch his show because a lot of it's just fairly woke and really overly political. Yeah, people were just kind of, I think the audience has really spoken at the moment, you know.
Able to squeeze Colbert out of CBS, then he turned his sights on me, and now he's openly rooting for NBC to fire Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers and the hundreds of Americans who work for their shows who don't make millions of dollars. And I hope that if that happens, or if there's even any hint of that happening, you will be 10 times as loud as you were this week. We have to speak out against this.
Yeah, like, I'm not about government censorship. I really don't like it when government goes in and tries to pressure TV stations to fire somebody for things they say. I'm not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. As a free speech fundamentalist, not a fan. I just don't believe, and I feel like a lot of this is hyperbole, you know, that Kimmel is saying, because I do have I can only trust him so much, is the problem. But, yeah, these are just very woke people. So Tim Smith is saying, is Kimmel actually turning this around on Trump? and saying that Trump got rid of Colbert. Actually, I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say, wait a minute. I thought CBS, just because of Colbert's low ratings, they wanted to get rid of him because Colbert's just too overly political, and his show is a net loss to the company, and it doesn't get very good ratings. Yeah. The problem is the woke. You go broke. And these woke TV hosts don't realize that people are tuning out big time. Except for now, obviously, because it's been a while since somebody... Because I thought Kimmel was going to be gone completely. I thought he was fired. But when I heard he's coming back Tuesday, I was like, okay, cool. Like, I really think that Kimmel definitely can lie through his teeth. I've seen it. And spin a narrative and make a lie seem like the truth. That's always disturbing when somebody does that. That always pisses me off.
And it's not just comedy. He's gunning for our journalists, too. He's suing them. He's bullying them. Over the weekend, his foxy friend Pete Hegseth announced a new policy that requires journalists with Pentagon press credentials to sign a pledge promising not to report information that hasn't been explicitly authorized for release. That includes unclassified information. They want to...
Okay. Interesting. I don't know how true that is, but if it's true, I'll play this game. If true, that does sound off. Sounds messed up.
Pick and choose what the news is. I know that's not as interesting.
It's true. Here's the thing, man. Freedom of press is very important, and I will say that if government does try to interfere with the press itself, I'm not for that. I will say that right now. I do believe in the freedom of the press. Even if the press is lying through their teeth. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. They should be held accountable to some degree. If they are posting falsehoods, they should do retractions and mean those retractions. But then again, that's freedom of the press. But here's the thing. The companies that lie the least will probably, hopefully, get the best ratings, but maybe that's not always the case. We'll see, though. I just think that there's been a lot of boy who's cried wolf with Jimmy Kimmel. And I think it's the boy who cried mega. Well, it's the old man late night TV show host who cried mega.
Thing is muzzling a comedian, but it's so important to have a free press, and it is nuts that we aren't paying more attention to it.
But yeah, the reason that Colbert got fired, that is going to get fired and not have his contract renewed, is because Colbert sucks. Colbert is just not funny, dude. Tim Smith says, I'm confused. Is Jimmy Kimmel Live a comedy show? Well, he's just ranting about politics. Is that normal? No wonder these shows get no rating. Yeah, it's pretty much, because I've tuned in a couple times, not like on TV, but I've seen a few Jimmy Kimmel clips just because a part of me hopes that I could recapture the Man Show, because the Man Show was brilliant back in the day. If you've never watched the Man Show, give it a tune in. It was actually really funny. Jimmy Kimmel used to be funny, contrary to popular belief. He used to be funny.
Walter Cronkite must be spinning in his grave right now. He's dead, right? Yeah. Look, I never imagined I would be in a situation like this. I barely paid attention in school. But one thing I did learn from Lenny Bruce and George Carlin and Howard Stern is that a government threat to silence a comedian the president doesn't like is anti-American.
Yeah, if that's happening, I'm not a fan of that. I'll admit that. I may not be a fan of Jimmy Kimmel, but I do care about free speech. I don't like silencing. I don't like censorship. I will say this, though, Jimmy. I hope that you're more against censorship in the future, because you used to be pretty pro, if I remember right, if my memory serves me correctly. I felt that you were a part of that cancel culture movement back in 2020, 2019, whatever year it was. I feel like a lot of the woke people have been. And I do consider Jimmy Kimmel is one of the woke people. And not a fan. Like I said, I still think that there are times he could still be funny. Even woke people can be funny. Jimmy still has that ability. He's actually had some funny quips in this monologue. But I still think that at the end of the day, he's going to get a spike in ratings for the moment because of all the controversy. But what's going to happen is his ratings are going to go right back down where they were before. Let's keep watching.
Anti-American. And I am so glad we have some solidarity on that from the right and the left and from those in the middle like Joe Rogan. Maybe the silver lining from this is we found one thing we can agree on, and maybe we'll even find another one. Maybe we can get a little bit closer together. We do agree on a lot of things. We agree on keeping our children safe from guns, on reproductive rights for women, Social Security, affordable health care, pediatric cancer research. These are all things that most Americans support. Let's stop letting these politicians tell us what they want and tell them what we want.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. But we elect these politicians is what I'm trying to say. These politicians represent us. You know what I mean? That's why we elect them. They're representatives. We're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. We try to vote in people in the Senate, people in the House from our respective states, right? We try to vote them in because they represent us the best as individuals. The problem with democracy is it's mob rule. Too many voices. Sometimes you have to have one voice. You have to have a few voices within each state to represent the overall whole of the state, right? We have 2 senators for each state last time I checked, and then X amount of House of Representatives per state. They're the representation and we elect them based on majority rule of each state. That makes sense, right? So we're technically a constitutional republic. We're not a democracy. We're a representative constitution. What is it? Constitutional republic. Yeah, constitutional republic. Sorry. Now here's the thing. If The View went off the air, I don't think anybody would care or notice. Except for people who make fun of The View. I don't think The View has any real viewership. That show is god-awful, and how it is still on the air is a shocker to me. I think more people hate watch it if they do watch it than they actually watch it just to watch it. The View is wild to me, man. It just blows my mind that anybody still thinks The View is even remotely relevant. Thank you for that comment, Mr. Donaldson. I appreciate it big time, man. Adam was better. Jimmy was the sidekick on the Man Show. I mean, Adam Carolla was pretty damn funny, though. Both of them were pretty funny. I'm going to give them props. Both of them were pretty funny. But yeah, it's tough to say what late night has become. Late night's just less popular than it used to be. I'll admit that. And then most people are just watching the clips on YouTube of their favorite late night shows. I'm not a fan of late night anymore. It just doesn't do anything to me. It just feels too fake and contrived and weird. It just doesn't do anything for me. So I just kind of don't even bother watching it. You know what I mean?
There was a moment over the weekend, a very beautiful moment. I don't know if you saw this. On Sunday, Erica Kirk forgave the man who shot her husband. She forgave him. That is an example we should follow.
And that is wild to me, man. If somebody hurt my girlfriend, for example, it would be so tough to find it within my heart to forgive that person forever hurting somebody I love. That would be extremely difficult, man. Kudos to Erica for being able to even pull that off. To find it within her soul to forgive that person. That is the one thing about Christians, man. They are trained to practice forgiveness, even if it's extremely difficult. It's actually amazing. I don't know if, because I asked myself the question, if somebody ever harmed a family member, like my mother or father, if they harmed my brother, for instance, I don't think I could forgive that. I would want revenge. That's what I would want. So the fact that Erica Kirk's even able to forgive is honestly quite amazing. But like, yeah, if anybody tried to hurt my girlfriend in any way, or if they even, God forbid, I can't even think about that. I don't like to think about that. That's awful. Like, I could not forgive that. I mean, never say never, but that's a tough one to forgive. That's a tough one to forgive, man. Man, give me a second, you guys. I'm sorry. I need a quick moment. Just give me a second. I'm trying to. Those are tough things to think about for me. Those are tough things to think about. We'll try to finish this. I might cry myself. Damn, dude. I will admit, this does feel pretty heartfelt. So let's see where this goes.
If you believe in the teachings of Jesus, as I do, there it was. That's it. A selfless act of grace, forgiveness from a grieving widow. It touched me deeply. And I hope it touches many. And if there's anything we should take from this tragedy to carry forward, I hope it can be that, and not this. So thank you for listening, and I'll have more to say when we come back.
That was, I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty good. I still think he might have lied a little bit, though, about the FCC thing. I mean, you could only cover up bad ratings, an excuse for bad ratings, for so long. Because if Kimmel was that good and getting that good of ratings, I think they would have fought a little harder. The affiliates would have been like, hey, we don't care what you say, Mr. Trump, if that is the case. I still don't know. I don't know all the facts. I don't know. I feel like Jimmy has lied before. Not just feel. It's like he's definitely ran with the woke narrative no matter what. And one of the reasons I have trouble trusting Jimmy is because quite recently he lied about the alleged shooter. He lied about the type of person the alleged shooter was. We all know the alleged shooter, based on those text messages, was, and I'm not going to say it, but we all know. Let's just say he wasn't MAGA. We'll just put it that way. Stupid. Give me one moment. Oh, here we go. Tim Smith says, I can't watch this guy. Kimmel makes me vomit. I do believe that Kimmel, I want to say the dude is being sincere. I'm trying to give this man the benefit of the doubt, shockingly, because I still think that there's an ounce of funny, but there's still an ounce of soul I hope that this man has. And I'm not even here to just diss the guy. I'm just trying to figure him out. Because it has been a while since I've watched Jimmy Kimmel. I think the last time I watched his show, not a full episode, but a clip, like a long clip at least, 10 minutes or more long, it's probably about 3-4 years ago. If that. Like, I just don't tune into late night. But this is a big event. And the Michael Garza show, we do reactions to these big events. I I mean, this is huge, man. This I got to admit, this is pretty huge in the world of television. It's a big deal. Let's take a look.
What about also those who say that you're being, in recent months, awfully thin-skinned?
I've always been thin-skinned. I've been thin-skinned from day one.
Welcome back to Jimmy Kimmel Live. We are still on the air in most of the country.
That's interesting. That's kind of funny, but...
Except, ironically, for Washington, D.C., where we have been preempted. We are off the air in Nashville, New Orleans, Portland, Oregon, Salt Lake City, and St. Louis, where none of my wife's family is able to watch the show tonight. So, sorry, Aunt Sharon. Sorry, Aunt Marie. You'll have to go to YouTube, I guess. But I am glad to be...
At least he's still on YouTube. Look, I don't want to see... Wait a minute. I don't know. I'm wondering how many of these affiliates were actually coerced by the FCC. I'm still trying to figure that out. So you mentioned Portland, Oregon, by the way, is one of the stations. I mentioned, was it Nashville, Tennessee? I thought I heard New Orleans. New Orleans, Nashville, Portland, Oregon, where I'm from. I'm not from Portland, but I'm in Oregon. Crazy. It is wild to be able to watch this, though.
Be back at work. It was touch and go for a minute. Guillermo did something very sweet, actually. He called me and he offered to sell his Labubus. I will never forget that gesture, my friend.
I do like... Guillermo is pretty funny. I will admit. Guillermo's been there from the very beginning. He's a little bit woke, too. Him and Jimmy are woke brothers. But... You know, Guillermo's actually pretty funny. I like it when Guillermo goes to like the NBA finals and stuff. Those, if you guys are bored, those are actually really funny. He'll like ask like LeBron James, like trying to get LeBron to talk to him and stuff, and LeBron ignores poor Guillermo. But I think it's all a skit though, because I think deep down LeBron loves Guillermo. I think Guillermo's a lovable guy. Love you, Guillermo. It's funny though that I will admit that it is funny that Jimmy Kimmel just mentioned that that Jimmy Kimmel mentioned that Guillermo was like, oh, he's gonna sell his whole Labubu collection to get me back or whatever. That's funny, dude. That's a beautiful thing right there. Driving with Spice says, how do you make reaction videos? So I just use Streamlabs OBS on my desktop computer. I don't know how to react to videos using a mobile device for that purpose, but in OBS Studio, you can create scenes where you could have certain baskets, like right in that basket up there shows the web source for the YouTube video I'm watching, and then the below, which is my camera, that's my camera. This is my camera source right here. So you have to. I use Streamlabs OBS, and I also use regular OBS. So I use regular OBS for the horizontal videos that I do. I use Streamlabs OBS for mostly live streaming on the vertical platform. Pretty much only for vertical. Anyway, so Driving with Spice, I hope that helps in some way. But yeah, now I know there's probably an app out there on your phone that lets you live stream. I don't know. I won't answer that in full detail. Maybe I'll do another live video about that. But we'll keep rolling.
Peace. Guillermo, I've done a lot of talking. Is there anything you would like to share with the audience tonight?
Sure. I would like to say, listen, this world needs more people like Jimmy Kimmel.
Scribe is how form.
Don't really care about Scribe. It looks like a cool program though. I've seen the demos online.
He's a great man, a great father, and thank you, Jimmy. And I love you, and I stand with you all the way, and I love you.
Oh, I mean, that's touching. I mean, you could tell that these two like legitimately like each other. I think that is true. I do, like I said, I don't think Jimmy Kimmel's funny anymore, but I'm still a human. I'll admit it. I look like an android, though. But I gotta admit, I gotta give Jimmy Kimmel some props on this. I didn't think I would. I was going into this thinking that, oh man, you know, there's some things that annoyed me about the monologue, don't get me wrong. But I do believe that, I didn't think I'd say this, but I think Jimmy might have been coming from the best place he could have been. Wasn't perfect, but, huh. Tim Smith says, every time they publicly deny that we just watch them deny and excuse a political assassination, they educate our voters better than any ad we could make. Oh, yeah. Here's the thing, man. I still think Jimmy Kimmel's a buffoon. Don't get me wrong. I still think he's wrong about majority of stuff, and I think he is very much a Democratic talking head. At the same time, though, I got to admit, there were definitely some things that might need to be fact-checked a little bit, looked into on the monologue, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see some critiques out there, some reaction videos outside of this reaction to see where it all goes. But it's wild, man. This is just a level of history that we're witnessing, man. No, you can tell Guillermo sincerely loves Jimmy. I think that they both care about each other. I mean, they've been doing this show together for a very long time, and that was pretty touching, actually. And like I said, I always have a soft spot for Guillermo because he seems like a very kind individual to me. Like, I don't think that man has any real animosity towards anybody. In all likelihood. Jimmy, on the other hand, I don't know. Jimmy, I do think he tries to be a sincere person. Guillermo has always seemed as authentically Guillermo as he could ever be. So, I don't know. I love Guillermo.
If you stand with me all the way, why did Ryan Seacrest call me and tell me you would keep texting him over and over?
Never. That was wrong Mexican.
Oh, I see.
That's actually kind of funny.
We were in the middle, and in a lot of ways still are in the middle, of an unprecedented fix. After almost 23 years on the air, we're suddenly not being broadcast in 20% of the country, which is not a situation we relish. So we reached out to the chairman of the FCC, Brendan Carr, and he has, to his credit, agreed to join us from his office in Washington. And
oh, wow. Brandon Carr makes an appearance on this. Very fascinating. Okay. I did not know this was going to happen. This is a bit of a surprise right here. Hold on. I don't know if I'm really ready for this.
Here he's now. Thank you, Chairman Carr, for being with us tonight.
Oh. Robert De Niro. He got me there. That's funny.
You tell Whoopi over there she better show a little respect, or the only view she's getting is from under George Washington. The bridge, not the guy.
Excuse me, sir? Yeah, hi. It's...
Well, what is this? You sneak up on me? You don't sneak up on a person. It's not nice.
I'm sorry. What is your name? As I was expecting to talk to the chairman of the FCC.
You don't need to know my name, and I am the new chairman of the FCC.
You were appointed FCC chairman by Donald Trump?
Sir Trump, yes. I used to do some work for the man.
Yeah. De Niro's I don't know. De Niro's so anti-Trump, I don't... anyway, let's keep
here and there in Atlantic City.
But did I just...
We made it this far. I got to admit, this was actually surprisingly more tolerable than I thought it was going to be. And by the way, me finding it tolerable does not make me woke. Just want to make everybody clear on that. Me loving Joe Biden and twerking for Biden, though, that twerking for Joe Biden on my part, that makes me woke. Let's keep going.
Is you on the phone threatening Whoopi Goldberg?
No, I would never threaten Miss Goldstein. I was just teaching her a lesson about consequences.
No, well, pardon me for saying so. Maybe you're the wrong guy to talk to, but it seems like the FCC is using mob tactics to suppress free speech.
What the did you just say to me?
I didn't mean any offense. You know, you can't curse or we'll get fined by the FCC.
I am the FCC.
That is kind of funny. I don't know. That's kind of a... surprisingly funny.
Say whatever the I want. No.
Well, it sounds a little like threats and intimidation to me, Chairman.
Stop that. It's just me, Jimmy, the chairman of the FCC, gently suggesting that you gently shut the up.
But you can't say that. That's a violation of free speech.
Oh, yeah, about that. Speech, it ain't free no more.
What? It's not free no more?
Yeah, we're charging by the word now.
You're charging by the word? How much are you charging?
Depends on what you want to say. Like, you want to say something nice about the president's beautiful thing.
Oh, man. Oh man, well, I don't know. It's getting to the point where they're just saying that Trump's trying to silence everybody. I don't believe that. I don't believe that Trump is trying to silence everybody. I believe that some of the affiliates might have actually not liked what Kimmel said and said, hey, we're not going to put Kimmel on the air because this guy is a total scummy guy. Put it that way.
Yellow hair, how he can do his makeup better than any broad, that's free.
Okay. All right. That seems reasonable.
But if you want to do a joke like he's so fat he needs 2 seats on the Epstein jet, that's pretty close.
Okay. Can I just ask, just for clarity, because it's a pretty good joke, how much would that one cost me?
A couple of fingers, maybe a 2, and...
Okay, it's kind of funny. Now, I see where they're going with this, the mob angle. Okay, I get it. It's pretty funny, though.
So is this how things are going to go from now on?
We also got a new motto at the FCC. Sticks and stones may break your bones.
And? Oh. Well, the rest of that is, but I think, but words can never harm you.
Well, they can harm you now. Let's make sure you pick the right words. Capiche?
Okay, yeah, I guess I capiche, but I don't think, it sounds like you got a call there, huh?
Hi, handsome. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Oh, yeah, that was actually kind of funny. Hi, handsome. Oh, Mr. President. Oh, man, that's good. That's kind of good. I'll admit. There's a tinge of funny to this. For sure. Wow. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Give me 1 second, folks. We'll watch the rest of this here in just a second. It's wild, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I just found this on YouTube, basically.
Okay, you got it, sir. You got it. Right.
What did you say?
Look, I got to go. A couple of cases of Tylenol fell off a truck, and now I got to figure out how to put autism in them.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds...
Well, so what do you guys think about that, by the way? The whole Tylenol thing. That, what was it? Trump and RFK were saying that Tylenol usage was linked to autism at birth. I mean, it's not the... Why is... I don't know. It's an interesting take. I don't know how founded it is, but, you know, there's been a rise in autism. I mean, I could ask my mom, hey, Mom, how much Tylenol did you take when you were, you know, when I was in your belly? And if she took a lot of Tylenol, and I'm autistic, maybe there is a correlation, you know? I don't know. Who knows? I mean, there are different weird over-the-counter chemicals that people could take that could affect a newborn fetus. That's very possible. I don't think it should be off the table. It's definitely... I do think the microplastics thing is a big problem, by the way. Just heads up. I think that is a thing.
Sounds tricky, so good luck with that, sir.
Good luck with you, and I'll be watching you, Kimmel. Maybe not on ABC. That's up to you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time.
And it is my honor to serve the public interest.
I know it is. I know it is. Thank you so much. I got to tell you, I like the new guy a lot. You know...
No, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, I don't know. But we'll see. I mean, for me personally, like I said, I mean, I'm pretty much Asperger's syndrome. Asperger's is what they call it, which means I'm autistic, but not as much as I could be. So who knows? If my mom took a bunch of Tylenol when I was in the womb, could that have affected me? I don't know. I have no idea. So, I mean, it is important to look into the studies. I think it might be a little unfounded, you know, but we'll see.
You know, as of this taping, the president has not weighed in on ABC's decision to put us back on the air. I don't know, maybe he's saving it for his late night toilet time, but His Magnificence had other business today in New York, big business, addressing the United Nations, which got off to a rocky start when the Trumps hit the escalator, and it suddenly stopped. They had to walk up. He broke the escalator. Where was that escalator 10 years ago when we needed it on the way down? Trump had trouble with his teleprompter today, but spoke anyway for almost an hour off the cuff in front of all these foreign leaders. And when you think about uniting nations, well, no one does it better than Don.
It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell.
I cannot believe it.
Dude, he was making a point. Dude, Trump was making a good point there. Open borders are bad, and if your borders are too open and you're just letting everybody come in willy-nilly from other countries and not vetting them and figuring out, should you be here? Are you trying to terrorize us? You know, there's a reason that borders exist, because each country has its own ideology, its own culture. Borders matter. The vetting processes matter. There's a reason that they exist. So what Trump said there, by the way, was just honest. Could he have used a little more decorum? I don't know, probably. But he was just being honest. And he's a straight... Here's the thing I love about Trump. Trump is a straight shooter, right? He is a straight shooter, right? Trump is... I love Trump. I really do. Like, I think Trump's the man. Straight up. I'm going to get a lot of flack for that, but Trump's the man, dude.
It's already been over 3 years.
Hold on.
If that doesn't get him the Nobel Prize, I don't know what will. Melania was, she sat for the speech. She was there not just in her capacity as First Lady, but also as a representative for all the unsatisfied Slovenian women of the world. Rumpelstiltskin was all over the map today. He ranted about windmills. He bragged about ending 7 wars. He threatened the guy who operates the teleprompter. He complained about being screwed out of a deal to renovate the building they were in, the United Nations building. He said, you could have had marble, you got terrazzo, you could have had mahogany, you got plastic instead. 5 translators had to be hospitalized for confusion. But none of that compared to the headache.
Here's the thing. Trump is honest. And we live in a world where lying is rewarded and honesty is punished. I think Trump being honest is a good thing. Give me a few moments, you guys. I'm going to check some of the chat logs. Give me one moment. We're going to finish the rest of this here in just a sec. We're just going to go on a quick miniature stand by. Just give me a second, guys. I want to say I appreciate everybody who's tuning in right now. This is incredible. We're getting good tune in. Just give me 1 second. My mind's a little foggy. All right, my mind's a little foggy. It's a little froggy. All right. By the way, super chats do help the channel grow, just as a heads up. So we do try to encourage super chats for sure. And let's keep going. Let's keep rocking and rolling, man. And more subscriptions, the better. We want to have more subscribers as much as we possibly can. Thank you, Nightbot, for the assist. Really appreciate it, man. All right. Let's keep watching. Let's see what we find. Let's go.
He is creating with his buddy RFK, blaming autism on Tylenol. His press conference yesterday was an all-timer. Trump, Bobby Brainworm, and Dr. Oz strongly recommend that pregnant women stop taking Tylenol immediately, and the president was very persuasive making his case.
When the alternative is that nothing bad can happen, let's do it now. I was just saying to Bobby and the group, let's do it now. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. But with Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it.
I mean, I am kind of curious about some of the studies with Tylenol. Let's ask the Google. Are there any studies that suggest Tylenol is causes autism. Let's see what the AI says. Research into a possible link between prenatal acetaminophen Tylenol use and autism has yielded conflicting results, and a causal relationship has not been established. While some observational studies have suggested an association, more robust analyses have found the link disappears when controlling for other factors such as genetics. Interesting. All right. That's settled. Let's keep going. Hold on. Okay, back to the program.
That's right. Follow the advice of Donald Trump, and you too can look like a glazed ham with deep vein thrombosis. It can only good happen. This is Tylenol we're talking about. The thing that you take when they won't let you take anything that works. It's never, they gave me Tylenol. It's always, only gave me Tylenol.
I will admit, acetaminophen is kind of weak. It's okay. Does what you need it to do, sort of, depending on the pain, whatever you're taking it for. Crazy.
But make no mistake, this was an historic announcement. This was a major breakthrough in the field of medicine. And just in case it isn't clear, if someone comes up and offers you a Tylenol, you should not take it.
Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. With Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it.
I do like the way that Trump said this, though. I do like the way that Trump was saying that. It's pretty funny. I'm still a Trump fan, man. I don't really care what anybody says. I think so many people hating on Trump. I don't get it. Trump's just a funny dude, man. It's the GOAT right there, dude. That is the GOAT. Trump is the man, dude. Shout out to my boy, dude. Shout out to my boy. You guys ready to roll in the next? Let's see. There's only like.
Don't use Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Fight like hell not to take it. I think you shouldn't take it. Don't take Tylenol. The baby gets a shot. They say, here, take a drop of Tylenol. I've heard that for years. Take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't have your baby take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby. Don't give Tylenol to the baby. Don't give your baby Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't.
I gotta admit, that is pretty funny. It's a good compilation. Look, I mean, heck, I am curious if there is a causal nature to all this. Like, it's pretty interesting, man. I don't know what to say on this one, though. It is pretty funny. Look, I have not looked at the studies. I don't know if Tylenol is actually bad. I can understand that high acetaminophen levels, though, like a lot of acetaminophen in the body would probably be a bad thing if you're carrying a child. Could very well be a bad thing.
Don't take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. Don't take it. So that's it. There's nothing much to say. Don't take Tylenol. Just don't take it. And I just say it again. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it.
I mean, who knows? Maybe Trump has access to information that we don't. Maybe he found out some disturbing stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, it's wild. It's a bold claim. I'll admit it's a pretty bold claim. I hope that he's able to back it up with some hard data, for sure. But at the end of the day, man, maybe our boy is right on this one, dude. Maybe our boy is right. Whew.
Brought to you by Muslim. Guillermo, do you know how many subscribers we have on YouTube now?
20 million.
That's right. Yeah, that's where we're.
All right, man. Well, Snap. I don't know what to say. What do you guys think? I think it'd be nice if he posted the studies, sure. We all want to see studies if you're going to make claims. We want to see some sort of evidence, you know? Especially when it comes to health stuff. When it comes to just politics in general, When it comes to matters of health, I think there should be real studies, real data, real science behind it, real experimentation, stuff like that. It's flipping wild, man. Give me 1 second, you guys. I'm just checking something real fast. Checking some data. Mr. Data. So, do you guys think that... Is Jimmy back? Is Jimmy Kimmel officially back? I don't know, man. I think... Look, Trump is the man. I still think Trump is the man. I'm just going to say that right now. I'm going to take a look at some of the chats real quick. Dave Connor says, haha. Chuck says, tell me if that light disinfects... Any work on COVID yet? Probably. I don't know. Let's see. I'm taking a look at the chat, you guys. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to really gauge what everybody's saying in the chat. Super chats are easy. There's a lot of people. It's a lot of chat activity right now. I will say this. Super chats are the easiest to read. So if you do like a $2 super chat, $5 one, whatever. Those are the easiest ones to see out of all this. Way too many are coming in on this end. I'm seeing the unfiltered ones. So it's all over the place. Holy crap. It's really nice to see everybody in on here, though. Honestly, I want to say thank you to everybody who's even viewing in. This is crazy, man. I mean, do you guys want your voices? If you guys do want your voices to be heard, though, definitely consider a super chat. It does help the show a lot. It helps us out big time. We're always trying to keep the show going because this show's gotten bigger than we ever imagined. Man, we're getting big on YouTube. It's wild, and I want to say thank you. By the way, thank you to everybody. A lot of people coming into the chat, though. Lots of people storming in. Yeah, make your voices heard, guys. Seriously. I don't know if some of these, like Tylenol's got to be fine. I don't see any real issue with Tylenol. It's just it's tricky. I don't know how tricky it really is at the end of the day, but it's kind of wild. To me, it's wild. What do you guys ultimately think, though? Whoa, Francis Wick says Tylenol is suing Trump for $12 billion. Dang. It's kind of excessive, don't you think? I mean, to me, that's a little excessive. I think 12 billion just for saying that. I mean, just for saying what some people are probably already thinking. All right. I'm a little bit shocked. Kind of crazy, man. Crazy. I still don't know what to say about that, man. Wow. Do you guys think that... I don't know. Yeah, but look at even the president has the ability to critique something based on anything, really. If there's a study that suggests the president's claim, I think he has every right to advertise it. I don't think it's good practice. I will say Trump, my man Trump is always good at he does tend to make enemies out of people. That does tend to happen. It's wild. I don't think it's a good idea. But, I mean, we'll see in the end. I mean, my dude is playing. I will admit, my dude Trump, as much as I love Trump, he is playing with fire from time to time. And it will be very interesting to see what Tylenol's response is to all this. It will be very fascinating to see. What do you guys think the response is going to be from Tylenol? So Brendan is saying Tylenol went big like Trump does. He tried suing New York Times for $15 billion. Oh. Wild. I mean, it depends on how legitimate the study was, I guess. And if he's referring to the study and saying, ooh. I mean, everybody has a right to say don't take a product. For instance, like let's say I thought Tylenol was bad for me. Or just bad for people. It'd be like, it should come with a warning label, you know, stuff like that. You should be able to critique products on an open market. Even Tylenol. And I think even the president should be able to criticize a product if he thinks it's bad. I don't think he should cancel the product by any means. I don't think he should have anything happen to the product just because he doesn't like it. But if there is a study suggesting that it's not good, then we might have to consider. Oh, Tim Smith says Trump just mentioned a study that was done at Harvard and cited by other major universities. That does matter. I think did Kimmel fail to mention that? Here's my problem. Because people will take sound bites from what Trump says, but they don't take in the entire context. Citing the studies. That's the thing. If there are studies, then it is that needs to be talked about. And making Trump just seem like a buffoon through clever editing. You can make anybody look like a buffoon through clever editing. I mean, you don't need to edit me to make me look like a buffoon. I do that to myself already. But you can make anybody look like a moron or a freak through clever editing. It's unfortunate. I wish the world didn't work that way, but that's the way the world is. And it's just, ugh. Yikes. What a world, what a world. What a world we live in. But what do you guys think about this, man? Do you guys think this is just totally insane? Like, what type of world are we living in, man? Thank you. Appreciate that. Looking at some of the chats right now. By the way, if you guys want a better chance of your chat getting noticed or highlighted, we do appreciate super chats. Driving with Spice says, "Don't F with my money. Tylenol." Francis says, "I think you need to get a job." I think you do too. Scott says, "Trump is a joke already. We don't need late night." Yeah, I mean, Trump's not a joke in my opinion. I do think Trump's good. I think Trump's a net positive, man. I know people will disagree with me on that very heavily, but, you know, whatever. We're getting a lot of chats coming in, you guys. Whoa. We got a lot of viewers, a lot of chats. This is crazy. We've also gotten a pretty decent amount of supers, I think. But yeah, thank you guys for the virtual gifts. Thank you for any virtual chats. We really appreciate it. I'm trying to keep an eye. I'm really trying my best with this. The chat is just overflowing. Chat is overflowing right now. Big time. Long done, family. I don't know, Jimmy. I know Jimmy's got a team of writers. I don't know how involved Jimmy is with his own writers. But I'd like to believe the guy creates, hopefully, some pretty good content. I don't know. I try to remain... Look, I'm obviously very right-leaning. It's pretty obvious. But I'm not going to... I won't blindly agree with everything Trump says, but, you know, maybe he's got a point about the whole Tylenol thing. Maybe we should look into what he said with the full context. I think the problem is, like I said, clever editing. They splice out so much. It's crazy. It's just insane. Ethan asked the question, "Hi, what do you like better, sweet or sour farts?" If I only had one choice between the two, I guess I would choose... Well, I do like Sour Patch Kids. That's a pretty good candy. But sour farts just sounds like that's a bad time. I guess if there is such thing as a sweet fart, yeah, sure, I'll go with a sweet fart over a sour one. Sure. The chat's getting weird, dude. You guys are getting so weird in the chat. Ashley says, "Trump is what we voted and what we needed." Driving with Spice says, "LOL." Brian actually is making a very good point here. Remember when they tried to deny baby powder had a problem? Interesting. That's an interesting point, my man. That's a hell of a point. Driving with Spice says, like, we needed more stress. Yeah. It's wild, man. Wild. Yeah, this is wild, man. Tusker says, "Internet and at YouTube was a big mistake. Now any fool can have 15 minutes of fame." True. Very true, man. Not gonna lie, that's very true. I've gotten really big on YouTube just by doing this show. I'll admit I like to occasionally react to videos. This is one of those moments. But I like to give my opinion on these different moments. I'm trying not to be too critical of Jimmy, but I am trying to be fairly critical. And what I mean by that is not just give him too many passes. But I'm not trying to nitpick either. I'm trying to be soulful, trying to see the human side of this, right? So seeing the human side of this is probably the most important thing in my opinion. Is he woke? Yes. Is that a crime? No. I believe that you could have any belief you want. Do I think his ratings are low? Not just think, they are. And that's a thing, man. Conrad says it's like all the normal people were suddenly abducted by aliens and were left with nut jobs everywhere. Huh. Interesting. It's fun to react to different clips, though. Let's see what else we got for our clips. What else do we got in the Jimmy Kimmel verse for different things? Looks like he did an interview with Glenn Powell. Cool. I didn't know he was still relevant. Jimmy Fallon reacts to Kimmel. All right, let's see what Jimmy. I actually do like Jimmy Fallon.
To learn how to be in a T-Mobile.
Hold on, Jesus. Let's see what Jimmy Fallon's. I guess we're just gonna watch late night clips. I didn't think we'd be watching late night clips, but this is where we're at, man. This is where we're at.
Welcome to.
I'm gonna do the 1.5 speed. Yeah, okay, it's already at there.
The Tonight Show!
I will admit, I love the fact that Jimmy Fallon had Greg Gutfeld on his show. I think that was pretty dope. And Greg's a pretty funny dude. I think that people don't realize just how funny Greg Gutfeld actually is. And I think people need to give my man a little more credit. Gotta give credit where credit's due. I mean, I will give Jimmy Fallon props. He is much more watchable than some of the people, some of the other late night hosts. Jimmy is funny. He does laugh at his own jokes a little too much, but then again, so do I. We all, I guess, if a comedian's that good, I laugh at my own jokes. Let's keep watching.
And if you're tuning in to see what I'll say about my suspension in the last couple days, again, you're watching the wrong Jimmy. Dad? The other Jimmy, Dad. Well, guys, right here in New York City, hundreds of world leaders are in town for the United Nations General Assembly. What an exciting time. Tonight's entire audience is made of Swedish diplomats. This is so exciting. I'm very excited about that. Welcome, welcome. That's what they do in Sweden? Wow. Meanwhile, this morning, President...
Oh, we got a super chat. Hold on. We're going to react to the rest of this. Hold on. We got a super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And we're going to reply to it, actually. We're going to reply to this. Hold on. Prince of the Cats says the problem is after 1 billion jokes about Trump, it's just plain sad. I can agree with that. Yeah, give me 1 second, though. I'm trying to finish my thought on that one real quick. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Prince of Cats. I'm going to highlight that as well because that's awesome, and I appreciate it more than you realize. So, Prince of Cats, $10 super chat. Thank you very much. We're going to keep that on the screen for a little bit while we're reacting to this, and let's go.
President Trump delivered a speech at the UN, and the moment he started talking, the teleprompter malfunctioned. You could tell Trump had to wing it because he started by saying, "Thank you for having me at the International House of Pancakes." Yeah. It was rough. Yeah. Trump talks for an hour, and at one point he said that the European countries were going to hell.
In fairness, in context, he was talking about that they were going to hell because of their open border policies. Context matters, Jimmy. I love you, brother, but sometimes it does matter. Context matters. You should say that he's right about that because open border policies are a bad policy. Straight up. I think we know this. By the way, make sure you guys subscribe to Prince of Cats. Thank you for the $10 super chat, my man. Let's keep going.
After listening to a ramble for 45 minutes, European leaders were like, I feel like we're already there. Yeah, Trump attacked all the European countries, and then he said, but it's nothing a new private plane couldn't fix.
Okay, that's kind of a funny one because he did get he got a plane or whatever from the Saudi Arabia, I think. I can't remember.
Saying, I don't know. The car did it. And besides the teleprompter, Trump was annoyed because when he arrived at the UN, he got...
I will give, but quick shout out. Yes, I will admit, not good Bob 13. Jimmy Kimmel's monologue was actually surprisingly decent. It was pretty good. Like I said, I'm not very leftist, but I can give a fair critique. That wasn't that bad. It was actually way better than I expected. I wasn't sure what I was going to get with that monologue, by the way. Turned out way better. So I'll give him his flowers for sure. I think he deserves his flowers.
He got on an escalator that immediately stopped working.
Okay, that is crazy though. The moment they got to the escalator, it stopped working. I think that could either just be a happenstance technical malfunction or deliberate. I have a feeling that it might have been deliberate because some people in those areas just don't like Trump. Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing, for sure. I believe Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing, by the way. Just as a heads up. Let's keep going.
Melania was next to him on the escalator like, 239 pounds, my ass. Walk up the stairs, bud. Meanwhile, in his speech, Trump also said that he should win the Nobel Prize. To be honest, he might actually get one in physics.
I mean, I don't know if Trump should win a Nobel Prize, Peace Prize, unless he finds a way to help end all the wars, maybe by giving everybody a copy of The Art of the Deal. I do think The Art of the Deal, by the way. I've listened to the audiobook Think Like a Billionaire, which is really good, by the way. But I've yet to actually fully read Art of the Deal, and I think you could probably learn something from The Art of the Deal, in my opinion. Let's keep going.
For somehow walking up the escalator. Trump also slammed climate change as the greatest con job ever. He was like, it's almost right up there with Trump University. It's very close. After his address, Trump hosted a reception with more than 100 world leaders. We actually have audio of him preparing for the reception. Take a listen to this.
All right, Mr. President, we've been working on this for months. I'll name a country, you tell me the leader.
I'm about to smash it.
All right, here we go.
Oh my God. That's pretty funny.
Sweden.
Alf loves Krispy Kreme.
No. Poland.
Donald Trump.
No. East Timor.
Banana goes meow.
No. Paraguay.
Santa Claus's penis.
No. The Martian.
These are pretty funny. A little crazy, maybe a little cringe. It's a level of cringe. I gotta admit, like I said, I'm giving props to Jimmy Kimmel. I didn't think I'd be giving Jimmy Kimmel any flowers, but I gotta give him some. Not completely, but some. Some flowers. Decent flowers that didn't, that sort of thing. Michael Donaldson, what is up, my man? What's up, Mr. Donaldson? Mr. Donaldson's all the way in Hawaii right now. We're rocking and rolling, baby. We're having a good time.
Marshall Islands.
Hold my hiney.
No. Turkmenistan.
Sardine barbecue.
No. The Netherlands.
Dick Schoof.
No. Wait. Yes, that's right.
Dick Schoof, yay!
Got excited.
Okay, that guy's name was actually Dick Schoof.
Dick Schoof, right?
That's awesome.
Dick Schoof.
It's badass. Dick Schoof, baby. It's my home dog. It's my homie somewhere. So what do you guys think? Jimmy Fallon, I will admit, can be hit or miss, all things considered. But when he's hitting, he's really hitting, man. When he's on, he's on. He's just one of those guys. It's like a guy who can shoot the 3-point shot, really well. Sometimes, it's like somebody's kind of inconsistent, but when they're on a streak, they're on a streak. that sort of thing. So it's pretty interesting, man.
The shoof is on fire. We don't know that water.
By the way, if anybody wants to have their super chat seen, or their chat seen, I should say, a super chat will get you maximum visibility. Just saying. Just we have so many people chatting in, it's tough to even read the chat with so many people chatting in. It's a good thing. I love that people are chatting in. I love it. But with so many people chatting in, super chats may be the only way to do this. I'm trying to avoid that. But super chats are the easiest way to get seen on here.
You guys see this? Ahead of the General Assembly, the Secret Service stopped an attack that would have shut down a cell phone service in New York City. Yep, all cell phone service was almost lost, or as T-Mobile calls it, Tuesday.
In all fairness, T-Mobile's not bad. They bought out Mint Mobile, and I've been using Mint Mobile, and honestly, I have service. Like, my uptime is incredible with Mint Mobile. However, I am sad that Mint Mobile sold out, that my boy Ryan Reynolds sold out to Big Wireless by selling Mint Mobile to T-Mobile. But T-Mobile, to their credit, has kept Mint Mobile very much the same as it was. Like, they've improved the service, if anything, shockingly. I've had a very good time with Mint Mobile. Very much so. Anyway, sorry, I'm going off on a tangent. Let's keep watching.
No, we're good.
You deserve...
Another ad. Hold on, you guys. Sorry, another ad. Always get the ads, man. Always getting the ads. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here?
Switching gears to some TV news, tomorrow night is the season premiere of The Golden Bachelor. Yes.
Whoa. The Golden Bachelor. Hold on. It's the season premiere, or is it like the premiere? I've never heard of this, but did they have to call it the Golden Bachelor? Because in my head, the first thing I heard when I heard Golden Bachelor, I thought of my boy R. Kelly. All right, I was thinking of golden showers, okay? Don't like that. That's freaking me out, okay? I was thinking of golden showers. Let's keep going.
The Golden Bachelor. In this season, the women fall in love with the limo driver because he can still drive at night. Yeah. Wow. That's hot. Yeah, that's right. Tomorrow is the season premiere of The Golden Bachelor, and it's interesting because right now the #1 song in the country is Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters, which got me thinking.
K-pop Demon Hunters. It's called Golden? All right. K-pop is actually kind of exploded in America, if anything. Like, what was that band called? Smooth like butter. Da 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 da. You know what I'm talking about? It's like smooth like butter. It's you are my universe, and I just want to put you first. You are my universe, and I. Anyway.
What if we combine them by...
Jimmy, stop. Don't do it, Jimmy. You know that it is wrong. Don't have an elderly man sing a K-pop song.
But I wanna.
Don't.
He wants his band to sing a K-pop song. Hell yeah. Do it, please do it. That'd be awesome. Doesn't matter how old you are. K-pop's pretty cool.
Don't do it, Jimmy. Oh, just because you can. Don't make us hear Golden from a random old man.
But we already hired him.
Do I still get paid?
Oh, simple Jimmy. Heed my words, hear my cry. You're better than this bit now. Spread your wings and fly.
That's actually kind of good. That was beautiful. Damn. Damn. Pretty good, man. Pretty funny. I'm digging this. I'm feeling the vibes. I'm feeling some vibes here. In my soul.
Are you done, Tree?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, great. Hit it, Herbert.
We're going up, up, up. It's our moment. You know, together we're glowing. It's gonna be cold and...
All right. I don't know if we'll get copyright struck for that. So
Wasn't even real. We have a great show. Give it up for the Roots right now.
The man in hand, the roller spoon, the reach and teach the blind and find a way for A to Z and beat the most so loud and proud again.
Well, I will say this. You know, Jimmy is, well... Tale of two Jimmys on that one. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Let me know, man. Make sure you guys put down a super chat. I'll be more than happy to highlight it and discuss it. It's kind of crazy. Kind of wild. Let's see what else we got here. So we'll look at the news.
Build a website you love.
Damn it, Wix.
It's important to me as a human, and that is, you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I
gotta admit, that did feel kind of heartfelt, man. I do think that I think the problem with Jimmy is he gets so caught up in the politics, right? I think a lot of us do. And sometimes I think I do a little bit too. I try not to. Yeah, we do forget the human side of the thing, the equation. And, you know, I may think Jimmy Kimmel's woke, but I don't see him as less than me or anything like that. I think Jimmy's the man at the end of the day. You know, I don't think he's that funny anymore, but I do think he's actually not that bad. I think the problem is maybe I was thinking kind of low, you know, and I think he exceeded my expectations on this one. I'll give him props on that. He exceeded my expectations. I'll admit, the bar was kind of low, so he did a really good job. Like, he actually, no, I'm not even being facetious on this one. I'm really being sincere. I think he might have been sincere. Shockingly.
I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do. Nor was it my intention to blame any specific group for the actions of what it was obviously a deeply disturbed individual. That was really the opposite of the point I was trying to make. But I understand that to some that felt either ill-timed or unclear, or maybe both. And for those who think I did point a finger...
I do think the timing was a little off. I think that he was really trying to point the finger to saying that a MAGA person... I am a little bit mad that he didn't at least point out the ideology. The actual ideology based on the text messages. I mean, context matters. And I do think that the thing that pisses me off about Jimmy Kimmel is he will make claims without a little bit of context. You need context if you're going to say that the shooter, the alleged shooter, was MAGA. It's just... I don't know. I just felt like there's no integrity there.
I get why you're upset. If the situation was reversed, there's a good chance I'd have felt the same way. I have many friends and family members on the other side who I love and remain close to, even though we don't agree on politics at all. I don't think the murderer who shot Charlie Kirk represents anyone. This was a sick person who believed violence was a solution, and it isn't. Ever. And also, selfishly, I am a person who gets a lot of threats. I get many ugly and scary threats against my life, my wife, my kids, my coworkers, because of what I choose to say. And I know those threats don't come from the kind of people on the right who I know and love. So that's what I wanted to say on that subject. But I don't want to make this about me because, and I know this is what people say when they make things about them, but I really don't. This show is not important. What is important is that we get to live in a country that allows us to have a show like this.
Yeah, I agree with him on that. I do think that, you know, if, like I said, if the FCC was bullying these affiliates to not play Kimmel anymore, that's a thing. If the FCC was doing that, for sure. But if the FCC wasn't and the affiliates just straight up were just like, dude, Kimmel, we've been virtually wanting to kick your butt out the door for a while, then that's a different story. But we'll see.
I've had the opportunity to meet and spend time with comedians and talk show hosts from countries like Russia, countries in the Middle East, who tell me that we get thrown in prison for making fun of those in power, and worse than being thrown in prison. They know how lucky we are here. Our freedom to speak is what they admire most about this country. And that's something I'm embarrassed to say I took for granted until I pulled my friend Steven off the air and tried to coerce the affiliates who run our show in the cities that you live in to take my show off the air. That's not legal. That's not American. That is un-American.
I still don't know how true that is. I'm still skeptical about him saying that, because it is possible that the affiliates legitimately thought that what he said was pretty heinous. Accusing the shooter of saying that the basically creating more divisiveness than usual. The alleged shooter, based on every single piece of evidence so far, all signs point to not MAGA. In fact, all signs point to something else, and I think you know what I'm talking about.
American, and it's so dangerous.
So, yeah. It sucks that Jason Bateman is so woke. This guy right here. Because I do think Jason Bateman's pretty funny for the most part, but it just sucks he's one of the Hollywood woke people, but that's all right. I mean, it sucks that Jimmy Kimmel's woke too. I'd like to believe that they still have comedy within them. I hope. But who knows? You can't always get what you want. And then Joe Rogan weighed in on the Jimmy Kimmel situation. Let's take a look there.
The Joe Rogan experience. This whole Jimmy Kimmel situation that is happening right now.
Yeah, wild.
Very wild. Okay, first of all, the FCC is, you have to have a license to broadcast, which is kind of crazy when you think about what that means now.
Yeah, you need a license to broadcast on television, but luckily not on the internet, and thank goodness for that. Because I don't think you should need, yeah. The internet's not like television. It's internet. I think the internet should still be relatively wild, wild west, in my opinion. But let's take a look and see what Rogan's saying about all this. Hold on. Oop.
Now, because what does it mean? It used to mean that you used to have a license to broadcast because you were going to influence so many people. They had to make sure that you were on the up and up, right? So they had to make sure that you didn't swear. So if you had a license and you were on CBS or NBC or ABC, you could not swear, right? That was the rule. And then along came cable. And somehow or another, cable is a different thing, right? Because cable, you have to pay for it, I guess. What's different? And so then some of the channels, you don't have to pay for. It used to be the only one that swore, like HBO, where you had to pay for. And then all of a sudden it became kind of any of them because they realized, like, hey, we don't, like FX, we can swear, guys. Like, we really don't swear because we want to think of ourselves as TV.
Right.
But HBO was like, with The Sopranos, with HBO comedy specials, in the beginning that was a big one. You could swear. Movies, you didn't have to bleep anything out, just wild. And so these...
Yeah, I like the HBO, because it was it's a different territory with cable. Yeah, that's wild. Because it's broadcasting on the airwaves, it's a little bit different. Once through cable, it's a little bit different there too. I mean, it's tricky. Honestly, I think that I think the FCC should not have that many regulations, to be honest. I think you should be able to swear on the air. If we're going to be honest, it's my honest take. I think you should be able to say, I'm trying not to say too many swear words because YouTube gets kind of anal about it, but you should be able to say F, S, the traditional swear words, even the most heinous ones. I think it should be allowed. I've never had a problem with it. I think if you're, there's too much sensitivity to words. I'm trying not to be a hypocrite because sometimes, I get a little sensitive. But if somebody I care about says something mean to me, that's different than some stranger. I get called all sorts of things on the chat, by the way. Let's keep going.
What you're dealing with even, first of all, I definitely don't think that the government should be involved ever in dictating what a comedian can or cannot.
Agree. I agree with that completely, Joe, because if the government starts if the government starts canceling comedians for saying contrary opinions or anything, here's the thing. Anybody should be able to say anything, even if it's blatantly false. It doesn't always have to be true. Somebody can say whatever they want and straight up be lying. That's okay. I'm not saying lying ethically is okay. What I'm saying is free speech allows people to say whatever they want, even if it's a lie, even if it's a truth. That matters. So I think freedom of speech, freedom of ideas, freedom of expression, they need to be taken seriously. Now, Colbert, on the other hand, Francis, Colbert just sucks. I think that Colbert is the least funny out of all of them. I do think Kimmel does have a glimmer of humor in his body still. Colbert is just straight up not funny anymore. He used to be kind of funny, and then he went full woke, full Democrat establishment. Totally BS. Colbert's not funny.
Not say in a monologue. That's fucking crazy.
It's crazy.
Now, if the problem is the companies.
But Colbert's ratings were just not that good. Unless they somehow changed. Maybe the ratings have changed, but last time I checked, not good. Not good at all.
If they're being pressured by the government, so if that's real, and if people on the right are like, yeah, go get them, oh my God, you're crazy. You're crazy for supporting this because this will be used on you. You don't think that the fucking globalist lizard people who run the world are sitting here going, great, what do we got, 3 years? We'll wait this out. We'll wait this out. Yeah. Let them say the government should be involved in censoring people's speech. Yeah. Let them support that. Let these fucking dumbasses, because Jimmy Kimmel's a leftist, let these dumbasses think it's a good idea and we should celebrate.
That's the most toxic shit I keep seeing behind when people are like, yeah, shut him down.
So going back to this Jimmy Kimmel thing, there's a lot going on with this.
Do you know him, by the way, or
yes.
no?
He's a good guy. Jimmy's a good guy. He's a smart guy. He's a funny guy. He was always very funny on when he did that fucking Windy City Heat thing.
I love that. It's such a good movie.
I think he tried to distance.
That's the thing, man. Kimmel is funny. He has been funny in the past. I'm not saying that everything he's ever done was not funny. I'm saying that the late night talk show changed him. Being in Hollywood, being, sniffing celebrity ass all the time, kissing ass is what I meant to say. Kissing celebrity ass, kissing Hollywood executive asses. I think that changed him for the worse, in my opinion. I still think he's funny, though. I still think he does have moments of funny. Like, he's still a decent comedian. He just needs to get rid of this woke thing. I really think that Jimmy Kimmel becoming so woke was Jimmy's biggest issue, in my opinion. And one of the reasons why people tune out, because he just got overly political. You get too overly political, it gets insane, man. It just gets insane. Let's see here.
Big time. He's like very, very, very successful because it's a 25-year prank.
What's his name? Perry Farrell?
Yeah. No, let's not mention him.
Okay.
Because
I know.
Let's just have people go find it when you see Heat. But you see that and you go, oh, that's the same guy. Yeah. Well, so one thing that does happen to guys as they get older is, they soften their ways and they change who they are and they change how they interface with the world and and then if you're in Hollywood, you're also addicted to an ideology, and it depends on what kind of style you have.
Yes.
So if you have a
in Hollywood, yes, they're all very collectively. They all collectively have the same mentality. They're liberal. Liberal Hollywood, you hear it all the time. I mean, like, it's hyper liberalism, like, to the max. And I mean, if you're not hyper liberal in Hollywood, you get kicked out of all the little dinner parties and all the award shows. If you even show an inkling of having some semblance of conservative thought, even slightly right to that of Jane Fonda, you get kicked out of all those little fancy little dinner parties. I mean, if I got the chance to hang out with George Clooney all the time, I'd probably pretend to be woke too. So yeah, I think I'd pretend to be woke in Hollywood just so I could have a chance to hang out with George Clooney. And we would talk about the Flowbee together and then cut each other's hair with the Flowbee. Would that happen? Could you guys find a way to make that happen, by the way? Let's keep going. I'm Chris Hansen, Dateline NBC. By the way, quick shout out, everybody. So, we do, if you want your voice to be heard, really heard, super chats are the way to go. So the more super chats we have, the better. It really helps the channel out more than you know.
A funny, mocking style that is like satirical, that's always making fun of things tongue-in-cheek, like Norm Macdonald, perfect example. Norm Macdonald, even if he's making fun of you, is not going to piss you off to the point where you tweet about him. Because if you do, he kind of won. He kind of got you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Norm was funny. Dude, Norm had a way of just... Norm was the ultimate agitator, but he was just... The way he did it was just so... He had that dry style of humor. It was brilliant. R.I.P. Norm, dude. He was one of the funniest dudes.
So it's like Kimmel has this sort of go fuck yourself style. Look, it's kind of ironically, he celebrated in his monologue when Tucker Carlson got fired. It's kind of a problem. Yeah. And it's also kind of a problem that he, in his monologue, talked about how it was the right thing to fire Roseanne.
Yeah, I remember that.
A little bit of a problem.
Yeah.
A little bit of a problem. Also a problem that he thought the unvaccinated made it.
Yeah. So this is the hypocrisy I was talking about, by the way. I'm glad Rogan is bringing up these examples. Let's go back a little bit. Let's review that.
It's kind of a problem about him. Because if you do, he kind of won. He kind of got you. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like Kimmel has this sort of go fuck yourself style. Look, it's kind of...
That is one of the things I do appreciate about Kimmel. Because even though he's woke as hell, he does stick to his guns, I guess. I don't know.
Ironically, he celebrated in his monologue when Tucker Carlson got fired.
See, that's a thing. Because he has celebrated other people getting fired before. Now, I'm not saying it was right for the FCC to do what they did. But I will say that Kimmel did get a taste of his own medicine, though. Except for Tucker Carlson wasn't fired by the FCC. I'm aware of that. If the FCC did coerce, if they did, I don't know if they did or not, but if the FCC did coerce those affiliate stations to take Kimmel off the air, I think that's wrong. I don't condone that. But if the affiliate stations made their decision on their own, with their own minds, no coercion, no nothing, and they said, dude, this guy is just not doing it for us, he's just bad for the brand, okay. That's completely different. But let's keep going.
It's kind of a problem. Yeah. And it's also kind of a problem that he, in his monologue, talked about how it was the right thing to fire Roseanne.
Yeah, I remember that.
A little bit of a problem.
Yeah.
A little bit of a problem. Also a problem that he thought the unvaccinated, he made a joke about the unvaccinated people shouldn't get hospital care if there's people who are vaccinated that need that room. I think the joke was, oh, vaccinated person who's had a heart attack, come right in here, sir. Unvaxxed person who gobbled horse goo, rest in peace, Wheezy. Like, that was the joke. Look,
I mean, he's definitely... The problem about Kimmel, though, is he is kind of a Democrat shill as well, just like Colbert. But I will say, out of those two people, if I was to compare Colbert and Kimmel, if you gave me no other option but to watch one or the other, I would probably have to watch Kimmel. Kimmel is at least funny. Sometimes, not all the time, but... He has the ability to actually be funny, you know? So that matters. That matters. I would go with Kimmel over Colbert any day. But I still don't think Colbert's that great.
I'm unvaccinated. And I was like, that's kind of a fucked up joke, but I'm not mad at him.
No, it's a joke.
It's just a joke.
It's a joke.
But it's like, those things weren't a problem. But this one thing where he said it was a low point. What did he say? I want to be real clear. Let's like pull up his actual quote. Because what he said was not bad. It wasn't accurate, though. But it wasn't bad. He was just trying to set up this...
Yes, that's one of the big things. I felt like it was a lie to say that the alleged shooter was MAGA. That's the biggest issue I have with it, saying that the alleged shooter was MAGA when it was clear he was not. In fact, if anything, the shooter was not far right, not even remotely MAGA. None of those. The alleged shooter was the exact opposite. Just saying, because read those text messages, for God's sakes. Whew. I don't know, it's crazy.
Joke of Trump, which was good.
It was a great joke.
It was very funny.
But the setup was a little wonky. I do remember listening to it.
It's the problem with doing it that way on Monday is that by Sunday night, they already knew that this guy, his family had been saying that, again, I don't even know if he really did it, but this person who they're talking about.
The plant.
This person who they're talking about, whether or not he did it or didn't do it, well, the FBI is now investigating deeply and further, by the way.
Yeah, we'll find out.
So Cash Patel did say that. Whatever that means.
Yeah, that was it's a weird phrasing when he goes, they're trying to pin it as anybody but them.
Yeah.
Asserting that he was a MAGA
Well, this is the thing. In the beginning, people thought he was. So the first reports were that he was a...
Yeah, the first reports were that... But when Jimmy Kimmel did that monologue about the alleged shooter, there was enough evidence to show that the shooter was not far right and not even MAGA. None of those. And in fact, like I said, showed more that he was the exact opposite of those things. And I think you know where I'm going with that, so I won't even go into it further. But come on. Come on. One more time. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's keep rolling, man.
A hardcore right-wing guy, that he was a registered Republican, which he may or may not be. Sometimes people go back and forth, you know. And then the other thing was that he was a groiper, so he was a Nick Fuentes fan. That was some other stuff that was going around.
I heard the term groiper, and that I still don't know what that exactly means. I guess Rogan's probably going to explain what a groiper is. I still don't know what that term really means. A Nick Fuentes fan? That's so weird.
What's groiper?
We'll get into that in a bit.
Okay.
Hold, please.
Yeah.
Then it came out that, no, his father is a law enforcement guy? I don't think that's true. That's not true?
Okay, the way you said, hold please. Hold please. Rogan. Come on, Joe. What are you doing, Joe? Let's keep going.
That was part of the story, but I think later found out that wasn't
Right.
true. Also.
So
what's true?
Some family members, by Sunday, the Utah governor was saying that family members were reporting that this young man had been wrapped up in some very hardcore leftist ideology. So this had already been released on Sunday. So on Monday, if Kimmel had just said, you know, it was a tragic thing that Charlie Kirk died, and let's see what the president thinks about it. Goes right to him, and like, this is the fourth stage of grief.
It's a great joke.
It's a great joke. The whole thing was great. But the problem is, we had already known by then, again, at least the narrative is that this kid is not a MAGA.
Yeah, I don't think that Tyler Robinson is MAGA. Not just think, I mean, the evidence so far shows that the dude's about as, well, I'll just say, not far right, not MAGA, quite the opposite. Well, I guess we could see what the interview with Glenn Powell turned out to be like.
Around with Bill.
He seems like a relatively decent actor.
Twister tested, Tom Cruise certified movie star with an exceptionally funny new show on Hulu. Chad Powers premieres 1 week from tonight. Please welcome Glenn Powell.
I will say this, though. I don't know what the Chad Powers show is about, but he does kind of look like a Chad. He looks like he could be a Chad. Maybe not because he's buff or anything. He just looks like he could be a Chad. Interesting. Tim Smith says, driving with spice messed up my BK order. She gave me an Oreo blast when I ordered an M&M blast. And where the heck are my jalapeno cheesy bites? Yeah, more people do watch Netflix than TV. TV's dead, dude. Cable is dead. TV is just gone, brothers and sisters. Driving with spice, you gotta stop messing up Tim's BK order. Tim Smith gets very cranky when his BK order is not right. Gotta get it right. I gotta get it right. We all do.
It's very good to see you. Thank you for being here. Sorry to pull you into the middle of all this.
I'm honored. I'm just so happy you're back.
I'm happy you're here.
My man, dude. My man wants to see some Jimmy. Look, I'm glad. Look, here's the thing. I don't really want to see anybody be pulled off the air by the FCC because I don't believe in I really don't like federal agencies at all. I think they're dumb. I think a lot of them are dumb. I think the federal government should not have that much power. Centralized power is just a bad thing. All right? Having said that, let's keep rolling.
Is it true that you like used to come here a long time ago before you were a famous person?
You know, when I moved to Los Angeles in 2008, and you and your producer Diane Kellison used to give me access to the green room. So when you can't afford snacks or alcohol, I could always come to the Jimmy Kimmel show and have my feast.
That's nice.
That's kind of cool. So he was coming to this set in the green room just to get free food while he was in. When he was like struggling as an actor or whatever. That's kind of cool to see. I like that. It's actually kind of sweet.
Wow.
Yeah, so I appreciate it.
Would you? I mean, would it be possible when you retell this story that you say, in a way, I saved your life?
You started an addiction. You fed me.
Started an addiction. That's pretty funny, man. I will admit, this Glenn Powell guy, I've seen him in a couple interviews, like in short videos. He seems like a pretty kind-hearted fella.
Oh, well, okay, maybe you don't leave my name out of the whole thing. You're back living in your hometown, Austin, now, right?
I live in Austin, Texas. That's my hometown. That's where I grew up.
You are a big football fan, Texas. You love the team, the Longhorns?
Born and raised Texas Longhorn fan. My grandparents met at the University of Texas. My parents, my sisters and cousins. So it's the burnt orange runs deep.
You were at the football game this weekend?
Yeah, I'm a little hungover right now.
You are, yeah. Is it?
It's pretty funny. You know, like I said, Kimmel does end up getting some interesting guests from time to time. Actors are usually not very interesting, I'll admit. But sometimes you'll get a good one. I think, like I said, Glenn Powell seems like a pretty decent dude. Pretty cool to me.
When it's I think it was 55-0 you guys won?
Yeah, it was solid. It was a solid score.
Did people go is it less fun or more fun like that?
No, it's great. I mean, I don't have the same sort of privileges as McConaughey. I mean, McConaughey's really, you know, he's the minister of culture. He's
Oh yeah, McConaughey's a Longhorns fan, Texas Longhorns fan, and also I believe, if I remember correctly, Season Thompson, rest in peace, girl. Still tough to think about her sometimes because she meant a lot to me. Season Thompson, Texas Longhorns fan, so we miss you. We miss you, Season. Anyway, let's keep watching.
He's really earned his spot. I'm still trying to stay employed, and I'll get my spot on the sidelines.
Are you gunning for his spot? Because he does.
Absolutely
He goes in. He speaks to the team. Have you spoken to the team?
I do not have locker room privilege.
You don't?
No.
I feel like
I'm just happy to be there. You know, it's like McConaughey's got his role. He's inspiring.
McConaughey can inspire anybody. You know, he kind of talks like this. You know, a little bit of McConaughey, a little Southern drawl. If I can imagine if McConaughey walked into a locker room, would be like, I see a lot of ass grabbing in here. This isn't what a good football team's all about. We're all about respect. And even though I know I've had my share of ass play in my life, now I feel like I'm diving into Bill Clinton voice. You know, we've all had a good time. You know, and Bill Clinton. You know, I don't know. I'm not Robert Downey Jr.
Figure I'm just happy, hanging with my friends on the sideline.
Did you graduate from UT?
It's a sore subject.
It is.
Yeah. I am still, I am 36 years old, and I have not graduated at the University of Texas. So I plan on graduating spring 2027.
Oh, really? For real?
It's not a great timeline, but the problem is I told somebody that I was like taking classes, which is true. I'm enrolled at the University of Texas right now, and now there's like this ticking clock.
Yeah, you opened your mouth, and now people want to know when you're graduating. It's like your parents all over again, really, right?
Exactly.
Do you take them on Zoom, or do you take them in...
I think college is overrated, me personally. I know he's saying, like, you know, he's 36 or whatever, and he's only a year younger than me. That's crazy. But he's, you know, trying to graduate college. I get that. You know, maybe. I still think college is overrated. I have no desire to ever go to college. I just, you know, want to do my YouTube show and... you know, and continue to do other adventures, like, you know, do DoorDash and stuff like that. DoorDash is a little bit extra money when I'm not making the bills with this show, but yeah, Nofo's wondering what the heck a groiper is. I still don't know. I think it's like somebody is a Nick Fuentes fan or whatever, and I don't know. The Nick Fuentes culture is kind of weird to me. I think once you get into those weird underground things, I don't know much about that stuff, to be honest. I don't really dive too deep into a lot of the extreme stuff, but yeah, you know, I just I kind of avoid the extreme stuff for sure. If it gets a little too crazy, I'm like, I'm out.
actually go to the campus?
I study from abroad, so I've been in London for the past bit, so I've actually been, studying there, but then I'll go back sometimes for proctored exams, but I try not to be in the classroom
wow.
as much as possible.
That's gotta be weird for students to see you there. Now, your family, how is your family? Because you have a very interesting, I think, and enthusiastic family.
They're the best cheerleaders ever, and they're backstage right now.
Oh, they are?
All hanging out. They're taking advantage of your open bar as well.
Nice, okay, good. It's a Powell family tradition. They, your family, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have, what part of your family is a kangaroo and a monkey?
The biggest thing for me is reliability.
Capital One Business. Do you guys think I should sign up for Capital One Business for my show to keep the business alive? By the way, I want to give a shout out to Robinhood Gold. They're not the Robinhood Gold credit card is a 3% cash back card, by the way. It's very sexy, very good. Let's keep rolling.
Charlie the monkey and a kangaroo and Trixie the kangaroo. Are they allowed in the house?
No, they have better setups than most humans.
They do.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, like I said, I was pleasantly surprised by Jimmy's monologue tonight. It went better than I thought. Look, I do think Jimmy's woke. I'll admit that. I'll admit it. But I gotta give him some flowers, man. I think some of it was heartfelt. I don't think there was a lot of crocodile tears. I wasn't feeling that, man. It just didn't seem like it. I didn't really sense any true, what do you call it? I didn't sense anything too negative from him. It's tough to explain what I'm trying to say. Let's keep going.
Do they come to like family celebrations?
Well, my little sister just got married.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that, the Powells go hard at these weddings, and I think a lot of people weren't expecting to see a kangaroo running around the wedding, at 4 in the morning.
Really?
Yeah, in the house, yeah.
The kangaroo can just hop, and it's not kicking people?
There's a kangaroo at the house? Really? Holy crap. Yeah, we've had a lot of people, for some reason, in the chat, there's this few people calling me a fascist. What, because I'm reacting to this? Look, I just want to make it very clear. Just because I have a different opinion than you do on things does not make me a fascist by default. It makes you a clone. And what a clone is somebody who basically mimics a group. Basically, you're a part of a group. A very messed up group, by the way. And when I say group, I mean the wokies. We'll put it that way. I don't have a lot of respect for the wokies. I got to admit, Jimmy Kimmel, even though he's pretty woke, I kind of respect the monologue he did tonight. Not fully, because I do think he still lied a little bit, but one thing that Kimmel and Trump have in common is I do think that they tend to talk out their ass a little bit. I mean that. As much as I love Trump, he does talk out his ass a little bit from time to time, but so does Kimmel. And I think that if they were to compare each other, I think Kimmel and Trump actually have more in common than one would realize. So let's keep going.
Just like the rest of the family, the kangaroo loves to party and loves love, That's it.
Does the kangaroo get into the punch or anything like that?
It's a great question. I wasn't really watching.
And what about the monkey? Is the monkey at the wedding?
Not a fan of love.
No.
welcome.
Okay, yeah, monkeys aren't as good. Monkey ring bearer would be a nice thing for sure. You like to put a member of your family into each one of your projects, right?
Absolutely. Well, in Chad Powers, which comes out next week, my mom, I was super excited. I got my dad to be, he's in a cameo with Eli Manning on the sidelines as an Ole Miss coach. And then, as we were kind of breaking the season, I read episode 4, and there was a character called the Moaning that was in episode 4. My character goes to the hospital, and it said, the description of the character said, there's a woman with no apparent injuries, but she's just moaning a lot.
That's kind of funny.
I was like, that's Mama Powell. All right, we're getting rid of that. So my mom was super excited to play this role. It's a real role.
And that is kind of cool. You guys' mom to play a role in the show. That's actually pretty sweet, actually. I will admit, if I was ever famous and had the opportunity to I'm actually kind of choking up thinking about that because of sorry, with everything that's happening with my mom, she's still doing good, she's still fighting, but I'm sorry, I got let's keep rocking. Let's keep rocking.
Very seriously. So she said, Glenn, I'm not going to let you down. I'm gonna really prepare for this. So my mom was practicing moaning all the time. So much so that my dad said that the neighbors were almost like tipping their hats to him when he was leaving the house. And
That's funny.
you know, my mom would even send me, you know, like test videos. She would send me videos of like her moaning on camera to just like say, "Is this a good moan?" I'm like, "That's creepy and weird. Let's not do that. Let's go for a little more of a painful moan." You know.
That's funny. That is pretty funny, actually. That's some good shit right there. But oh man. Eric says a groiper is an extreme righty. Okay.
You know, something more hospital related.
Because I'm not,
and
you know,
so-
it's still
so
funny.
she would send me these.
It sucks that like, for instance, I've got conservative. I wouldn't say I'm really conservative. I consider myself more of a classic liberal, but I lean more. I definitely lean more right than I do left. I would say further right than I would say I'm riding center. If there's a label to put on me, I'm pretty much center, but then tinge right here, right. Because the left has pushed me so far away. The left has gone so crazy that I can't even align with them anymore. If I got embarrassed, I would probably say I'm embarrassed. Maybe I am feeling subconscious embarrassment. But I can't align left. I just can't. Like, especially after what happened to my boy. That was terrible. So I can't align left, is what I'm saying.
Videos, and there was one time, you know, I'm kind of always on the go, trying to just like read stuff on the go, and I was in an elevator, and I opened up a video that my mom sent me of her moaning. And just imagine what that sounds like. And all of a sudden, the person in the elevator kind of looked at me, and I was like, "Oh no, it's a video from my mom." And they're like, "Wait, what?" I was like, "I'm sorry, I don't." So, you know, that's actually pretty funny, dude. Holy shit. Oh, Glenn, dude, this guy's actually kind of cool. Like, I don't know much about Glenn Powell. I watched a movie. My girlfriend and we watched a movie that had like Sydney Sweeney and Glenn Powell in it, and I thought, oh, it's kind of cute. I can't remember what the movie was called. It was like, I don't know. It was basically like a romance, kind of cheesy comedy romance, blah blah blah. It was really actually kind of good and kind of touching. But it was really funny. It was actually pretty funny, and he was pretty good in it. And you know, I don't know, man. I dig it. Time I put my mom in the cameo.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to see a little bit of Chad Powers, which premieres a week from tonight on Hulu. Glenn Powell's here. We'll be right back.
I do like that the Mannings, the Peyton Manning and Eli Manning are involved, obviously, with the Chad Powers thing, because it's funny as hell. The Manning brothers are very funny. For the most part, they're pretty funny dudes, man. I do love the Manning cast. That's pretty fun.
Oh boy, here we go. Hi, you here to try out? Cool, what's your name? Just need to know who you want in.
My name's Chad.
That is Glenn Powell and Chad Powers.
That looks actually, I don't know if it's going to be good or not. I don't know how good, I don't know the extent of Glenn's acting. I've seen some short videos of the dude. Pretty cool dude. Pretty solid dude.
Which you can see on Hulu premiering September 30th. This show is going to be a huge hit. I'm telling you right now. I don't want to curse it, but I'm just telling you it is going to be. Explain what the idea is, because it's a really funny idea.
Well, Eli Manning, I don't know if you guys have ever seen, Eli Manning has a show called Eli's Places, and he...
Oh, yeah. Because Eli went undercover into like some high school or college or something like that football program. And he's going to explain it in a second, but I'm going to see if I can explain it just as good as he does. But basically, Eli Manning went into some high school or college program disguised and called himself Chad Powers. And what happened was, of course, it's Eli Manning. He's a professional quarterback. He's going to outshine any of these kids in a heartbeat. Obviously, pounded that thing downfield, slings the pill, and, you know, he's coming in as the backup quarterback, but clearly is going to tranche the lead quarterback on this team. Anyway, it's just funny. It was just funny to see the reactions from everybody and like, whoa. this guy's actually really good, and he's just like got this weird handlebar mustache, whatever.
He went undercover to Penn State on the Penn State football team as a walk-on, but he is Eli Manning, so he had to go in prosthetic. So he put on this mask and tried out, and he was kind of improvising and doing all this stuff, but it was kind of like a really magical character that kind of went viral. So he and his brother Peyton, were asking if anybody wanted to do something with these rights, and so my friend Michael Waldron and I decided to kind of break this show about sort of a disgraced college quarterback who kind of melts down in front of the entire country and can no longer play.
He does something very embarrassing on videotape.
He does something very embarrassing on videotape. Is sort of canceled for the next 8 years, and then finds out that there's a college in South Georgia that has a quarterback vacancy, and so he decides to put on prosthetics because his dad works in Hollywood prosthetics, and he becomes a starting quarterback for a big football team in Georgia, and it is really damn fun.
Yeah. I have to tell you, like we met, and I saw you in Top Gun, and I thought, oh, he's a nice guy and he's a good actor and stuff. But then I started seeing you in other stuff. I'm like, this guy's like a Jim Carrey in disguise or something. I mean, it really is unbelievable. All these different characters that you do. Have you been doing that stuff since you were a kid?
I was always big on like pranks. I was always like a goofy kid. There was this like one time where I got kind of in a little bit of trouble. I was like in the back of the newspaper. They'd be like selling like cars or something like that. It's like, okay, a Ford Pinto, and I'd call, and I would talk to the guy, and he's like, oh, like how much does it cost? And he's like, oh, it's this much. And I'm like, what about the trunk space? And he's like, oh, what do you mean? And I'm like, how big is the trunk space? Like something could maybe like something like 5'8" fit in there. And he's like, yeah, like what? I'm like, he's like, I don't know, 5'8". He's like 5'8", like wide. I was like, what if it was like 5'8" but like curled up? He's like, what do you mean? I was like, but like 5'8" plus like maybe like a 5'4", maybe, not sure. Is it that deep? And he'd be like, wait a minute. So I got the cops called on me at one point.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
That's when you know you've succeeded. Yeah.
That's actually pretty funny. That right there is actually pretty funny. Not gonna lie, that's good shit. Yeah, this is actually a good interview. I'm like mesmerized by this, man. It's great.
Do some accents and stuff like that, but on Top Gun, that was actually a very interesting moment with Eli because we have this thing in Top Gun Maverick called dogfight football.
Right, where you guys are playing football,
which is not a thing. The rules make absolutely no sense. But Eli said he was nervous about me playing quarterback in this because my form in Top Gun Maverick was so bad.
Oh.
And I told him that he's never played football covered in coconut oil.
Well, you don't know that, but yeah.
That's just true. So I mean, really, dogfight football is all about the flexing. Anyway, like half the time we weren't playing football, it was just who could tense harder.
Right.
But I gotta say, Eli and Peyton really got us like trained.
Did they take special interest in that? Yeah, they're like, we can really contribute to this part of it.
Yeah.
Did they drive you crazy?
Well, I mean, the thing with Eli and Peyton, the thing I'm very proud of in the show, it's not just like a comedy, right? Like it's a really cinematic, fun piece. It's like layered and dramatic and all these things. Like it really delivers on every level. But we wanted to get the football right, and obviously having Eli and Peyton, on board was so crucial to that. So I would basically go work with this guy Nick Shimonek, who's Patrick Mahomes' coach, and so I tried to get dialed in as a quarterback, but I didn't realize that they were watching the footage every night. So I got a full write-up, X's and O's, of exactly what I was doing wrong that day. Yeah, so Peyton and Eli were my quarterback coaches.
That's a pretty good set of quarterback coaches, although I'd imagine that they're probably merciless when they are evaluating your performance.
Not nice, a lot of self-esteem issues after that.
Well, congratulations on the show. It's great to see you. Chad Powers.
That's pretty funny, man. Dude, the fact that he got Eli Manning and Peyton Manning to be his QB coaches and they were watching his film, like, obviously, like, they're just doing practice and they're trying to figure out, like, well, can he throw the football correctly, that sort of thing. But that's pretty cool, man. I dig that a lot. Glenn's an interesting fella. Very interesting dude. I like this. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think Jimmy should be forgiven? I think Jimmy should be forgiven. I don't know. I think obviously, you could hold grudges. I don't think grudges are a good thing to hold. I'd like it if people were nicer about the whole Charlie Kirk thing. I really do. I wish more people were a little more sympathetic about it. Because what happened to Charlie was terrible, and I would hope that people can have a little bit of a heart and look past the politics for once. I think that could be a movement. Look past the politics. Because we tend to just see people, if I'm wearing a MAGA hat, I get called fascist or terrible names, right? And, it's just my belief. It's my political affiliation, sure. I'm MAGA, without a doubt. But at the same time, it's like, we need to look past the politics, I actually do have the ability to look past, like, Jimmy Kimmel, even though I know he's woke, but I look past it. I try to see the human. And I hope he's trying to be human, I don't know. I mean, Francis, if you think about it, to that comment that you just made, Barack Obama had kind of a cult following too. There were a lot of Obama people. A lot of people loved Obama. Just the way that a lot of people love Trump. I don't really see much of a difference. So I really don't, man. I just don't. But what do you guys think? Jimmy Kimmel forgiven? Should we forgive Jimmy? I mean, I already, you know. All right, so we're gonna start a quick poll. I'm kind of curious to see where the chat goes with this. The poll question is, do you forgive Jimmy Kimmel? I'm really curious to see where this poll goes, actually. Kind of gives me a gauge of, like, who the audience is. And here's the thing. Look, I look at this from a human standpoint, and yeah, I forgive him. I'm not going to watch his show because I never watched his show to begin with. I'm not a fan of Jimmy Kimmel. I do think he's a little too woke. I don't think he did anything bad. You can say something bad. There's a difference between saying bad things and doing bad things. Jimmy Kimmel did nothing wrong. He said some things I thought were pretty insensitive and really kind of misleading. I do think he misleads quite a bit. That's my personal opinion. I like to see less misleading stuff, but, you know, you can only do so much. Sometimes you can only do so much. Give me a moment, you guys. I do got to use the bathroom. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. All right, one moment. You know, feel free to, talk amongst yourselves. Do your guys' thing. I need to use the bathroom real quick. So keep voting in the poll. More votes, the better. I'm curious to see what the poll is. So 62% of you say no to forgiving him. I'm actually kind of surprised on that. Feel free to super chat as well on top of it if you'd like. More super chats, the better. One moment. Okay. This has been interesting, man. So we got the poll going. Let's see here. Give me a few moments, you guys. I need just a few seconds. Keep voting in the poll, though. I'm really, like I said, very, very curious to see what the poll results end up being. Always really fun. I enjoy seeing the results. Do you guys think I'm pretty woke? Anyway, what do you guys think? Do you guys think I'm like the wokest guy in the world? I feel pretty woke, dude. I'm so woke. I'm the wokest man in the world. Come on. All right. It's a little gnat. One of those gnats. Okay. So, let's see. So now here's the question, you guys. Do you forgive Jimmy Kimmel? We got 25 votes in. 44% of you say yes. 56% of you say no. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Actually, we didn't really finish the clip, did we? I don't know if we did or not. We got pretty much to the end of it. Did we?
Name of the show. You can watch it September 30th. That's a week from tonight on Hulu. Glenn Powell, everybody. Thank you. We'll be back with Sarah McLachlan. Guillermo, do you know how many subscribers we have?
Guillermo here. Guillermo's the man. I like Guillermo. Guillermo's pretty cool. Like, I've always been a big Guillermo fan, straight up. Let's see. Wow, 56% of you are not very forgiving, man. I don't know. I think it's kind of a mixed poll right now. We got kind of a mixed poll going on right now. Yeah, I mean, Guillermo is my Mexican brother, you know. Guillermo and I are both Hispanic, surprisingly. Well, not surprisingly for my boy Guillermo, but surprising for me. Most people do not realize that I am part Hispanic. That's a shocker, I know. It's probably why I voted for Trump, but I'm Latino. But definitely vote in the poll, you guys, for sure. It's crazy. I do want to see some of the reactions, I guess, from other news networks about Kimmel being back. I mean, look, I'm glad he's back. I didn't want him to be like fired. I just think that, because I do think he does have the ability to be funny, and considering the entire late night landscape is a bunch of libs, out of all the liberals, I think surprisingly Kimmel might be the, well, I like Jimmy Fallon. I'll admit, I think I like Fallon more than Kimmel, but Kimmel does have the ability to be funny. He's just so into the, what do you call it? He's so into the politics of it that he can't see the human side of it all. Oh, we got some fan reactions. Let's see. Fans react after Jimmy Kimmel taping.
Standing up for our First Amendment, and America should be watching because he said some incredible stuff tonight.
He made sure that everybody knew that he was not making fun of the tragedy of Charlie Kirk's murder. And he wanted everybody to make sure that that was not his intent whatsoever. And so he I'm gonna call it, he apologized for that, but he did want to make sure that that message was very, very clear. It was a very moving moment. I got very emotional, and so did my wife. But then we went back.
It's definitely liberal Hollywood for sure, but
to hitting at the administration.
Most people have said, there's been a whole debate whether or not he should have apologized or not. Did you hear an apology? Did the words sorry come out of his mouth at all?
No, not really. I mean, he really said again that he didn't make a joke about, a murdered person, and really just made a joke about the reaction from Donald Trump.
He's a national hero. He's standing up for our First Amendment.
yeah, I don't know. Interesting. I don't know. I still don't think he should be canceled, even if he says heinous things. But I will say this: I mean, if the television stations, the affiliates, actually didn't want him anymore, and they came to that conclusion on their own, that's a different story. But if the FCC had any coercion into it, that's definitely bad. FCC should not determine the comedic personalities on the air. It's not their job at all. Crowder, I don't know. Crowder's kind of annoying. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that it's interesting to see all these personalities, man. These people. I see Michael Ian Black on CNN. Michael Ian Black is kind of left-leaning, though. I do love me some Michael Ian Black, though. All right, you guys. Super Chat determines where the rest of the show goes. It's got to be a good one. It's got to be a good Super Chat. I can't guarantee that I'll follow it completely, but all right, Super Chat determines where the rest of the show goes. Who is Stephen Miller? Thank you for the Super Chat, though. Thank you for the Vine. Give me 1 second, though. Thank you, BF, for the Super Chat. I appreciate it big time, bro. Okay, so BF through a Super Chat. If you guys want to determine the next direction of the show, we're going to kind of do some Super Chats. I'm not going to be on the air for too much longer tonight, at least not for a while. BF says, look up Stephen Miller plagiarizing Nazi Goebbels? Goebbels. I guess. Where do we start? Let's see. Who is Stephen? I mean, this is what the Super Chats say. Okay, so Stephen Miller. I don't know much about Stephen Miller.
Erica and her strength and her courage. I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm.
So is this the one that you're talking about? Like this is plagiarized from some Nazi? Is it possible that they may be quoting some of the same events in history? Sometimes those parallels happen, by the way. Doesn't mean somebody's a Nazi. But I'm curious to see what he has to say. Because he's somebody who tries to be as objective as I can. I try, I really do. The question is, do you forgive Jimmy Kimmel? 45% of you say yes. 55% say no. Wow. Not a forgiving crowd. 42 votes. Let's keep watching this. So let's see.
Erica is the storm. We are the storm. And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erica stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtue.
Okay, you threaten my people with slavery and death. This is madness. Madness. This is Sparta. It's interesting. I mean, I don't know. Did he actually word for word? Like, did he, like, go into Google? Did he, like, take the original German, like, some, like... Did this guy take a Nazi speech is what they're claiming? I'm trying to figure out what you guys are trying to say he did. What did he do? Did he put a Nazi speech into German translate and then just to Google Translate from German to English and then started reading it? I mean, like, plagiarizing, that's weird. I mean, it's a new low if he is. I mean, it is possible that could he have unknowingly sounded very similar in the way? It's tough to say what kind of person this guy is. Who knows? But
what is noble? And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness. You are jealousy. You are envy.
He is right about one thing. I will say this. The people who are doing death threats, by the way, the people doing death threats are the real Nazis. If you are doing any death threats to anybody, you're a fascist. You're a Nazi. The people who do the death threats, the people who threaten people's lives, that's fascist behavior. That's Nazi behavior. I'll say that. I will admit, if this guy has any weird parallels to Nazi stuff, that sucks. But I will say, the people who are trying to hurt other people, the people who are deliberately trying to stop people from speaking, that's fascist. And it seems like there's one side that keeps threatening the other. It's unfortunate.
You are hatred. You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create. We are the ones.
Thank you, BF. I appreciate it, brother. So I don't know if I have it in me to watch a comparison video of this. I just think that it's going a little too far. I want to watch the original source. I want to get the intent of the speaker. Honestly, I just think it's a guy who's just really angry. He's angry that people are sending him death threats, his family death threats, and everybody. He's angry. I can't say I blame him. Let's keep going.
Ones who lift up humanity. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will carry on his legacy. And we will devote the rest of our lives to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us. You cannot slow us. You cannot stop us. You cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart every single day and fight that much harder because of what you did to us.
Interesting. Yeah, pulling exact. Here's the thing, though. You could pull quotes. Is it possible that he pulled it? Is it possible also? Here's the thing, man. The Nazis were also plagiarists a lot of the time. They would steal quotes from everything. So if he's somehow... I don't know. I just... Not everybody's a Nazi. That's what I'm trying to say. not everybody's a Nazi. I know you want to believe that there's this boogeyman, that everybody's so racist and terrible. And that's not the way the world works. It's not the way the world works, man. Sorry. It's just not.
You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic. Because our children are strong, and our grandchildren will be strong, and our children's children's children will be strong. And what will you leave behind? Nothing. Nothing.
Also, by the way, it's possible that weren't the Nazis fairly Christian? Like, didn't they have a lot of Christian beliefs? If this guy is Christian, and and maybe he's heard a lot of the quotes from the Bible and stuff or other religious texts, isn't it within the realm of possibility that maybe that this guy was inspired by something that he had read from religious texts, and then the other Nazi dude was inspired by somehow the same thing? I mean, coincidences do happen, by the way. For example, think about it this way. One musician creates a piece of music and comes up with a certain chord progression, right? Certain melody, everything's the same. Everything's a certain way, right? In that composition of music. And someone somewhere around the world creates that exact same composition of music. It is possible for people to think thoughts that are aligned with others and not even realize it. Like, I could do a guitar riff and think it's original, but probably somebody's come up with it already. I don't know. I have no idea.
To our enemies, you have nothing to give, you have nothing to offer, you have nothing to share, but bitterness. We have beauty, we have light, we have goodness, we have determination, we have vision, we have strength. We built the world that we inhabit now, generation by generation, and we will defend this world. We will defend goodness, we will defend light, we will defend virtue. You cannot terrify us, you cannot frighten us, you cannot threaten us, because we are on the side of goodness, we are on the side of God.
I don't know. I didn't see any ill intent. It didn't sound racist to me. I don't know. It seems like a guy. Let's see what this is.
I think here's the most important point. There are residents who lived in Washington, D.C. their entire lives. Their parents lived here. Their grandparents lived here. And they have lived for generations in intolerable conditions of crime and decay. There are parts of the city, I moved to the city 20 years ago. There are places where I've seen graffiti that has been untouched for 2 decades. There are homeless encampments that have made it impossible for families.
Well, I don't know what to. I know Washington D.C. is kind of sometimes a bit of a hellscape and pretty crime-ridden, so that makes some sense from what I've seen in the news. Oh, well, it looks like we got a response from Stephen Colbert. All right, let's take a look here.
Give it up for Louis Cato and Lecture Band, everybody. Lovely people. Lovely folks. Lovely folks. Thanks, everybody. No, sit down. Sit down. We gotta go. Yeah, we gotta go. We gotta go, y'all.
Okay, if you guys want to be heard and seen, make sure you give a super chat and make it lean. Make me feel like I am real. Make me feel so sexy. Make me feel so hot. Super chats all day. Gavin Newsom was on the Colbert Report at one point? I did not know that. That's a nice little tidbit. You know, the Colbert Report was actually pretty funny. You know, before the whole woke movement happened, there were Stephen Colbert. I swear to God, I don't know if it's like, I don't know what it is, but when the whole woke movement happened, I think it contorted some people's brains, and I just feel like Stephen Colbert became Rachel Maddow. Unfortunately, I think Stephen Colbert, like I said, even wears kind of similar glasses to Rachel Maddow. Anyway, it's pretty bad. Let's keep going. Look, I'm glad Kimmel's back. I'm not a fan of Kimmel, but I don't think people should be censored if there was FCC coercion, trying to convince the affiliates to not show him. That's wrong. I'm not for that. Just heads up. Keep going. By the way, I'm not a fan of Gavin Newsom. He's a little skeezy, but he definitely liked Charlie, though. He was definitely a big Charlie Kirk fan for sure. Well, I don't think Gavin Newsom's that funny. I mean, sure he has the ability to be. I'm sure, but I think deep down, man, this Gavin Newsom is still kind of a Wall Street stiff. I mean, he comes from that world. If I remember correctly, wasn't he like a hedge fund guy, hedge fund manager, something like that? In my mind, he's still pretty much a part of that world. I don't know if anything's honestly even changed, if you think about it. To what degree? To what degree? It's a little hypocritical. I love Dana Perino, but that's a little hypocritical because, look, my boy Donald gets on Truth Social and tweets like all the time. Even though I think Gavin Newsom's a moron. I mean, he's a smart dude. I think he's kind of a snake. I don't trust him. I wouldn't trust him with my wallet. I would not trust him to run my state. Thank God. Stay in California, dude. You could ruin California all you want. Just stay the hell away from Oregon. And Oregon, by the way, stop trying to copy California. California is not a state that you want to freaking copy. Come on, man. Fuck. I mean, we're already pretty woke in Oregon. I don't know. I feel like Oregon and California are kind of like, you know how there's like dance offs? We're having a woke off. Oregon and California are trying to out-woke each other, and it's just screwing up both of our states. So for the love of Oregon, man, please. Yeah, Newsom is wrong about most things. Newsom is Gavin. Dude, don't try to promote Gavin Newsom as if he is a good person. I'm sorry. Gavin, you ruined California. Just stop painting him like he's this. Gavin Newsom, please. He should not. I feel like they're trying to get him to be the president of the United States, and that's not going to work. Most people can tell just by the interviews, dude. He's a snake. The dude's a snake.
Yeah. Everything.
And that's
Dude, we know you're a snake, dude. Come on. But anyway, I just think that, first off, Gavin Newsom, you are not right about everything. And that's probably for parody. He might be, obviously maybe I'm not getting the joke, but I get the joke. It's making sense to me. But it's meant to, because I understand Trump is a bombastic figure. So you're kind of, I don't know. It is funny, but yeah, Gavin Newsom's wrong about everything, just as a heads up. R.I.P. Hulk. R.I.P. Hulk. I don't know. I understand they're trying to make fun of Trump. I get it. Because Trump can be a bit of a grifter. Admittedly. I get that. But I appreciate Gavin trying to be funny. I think he realizes his time as a governor is pretty much up anyway. And I think his time in politics is up, so I think he's just trying to... His approval ratings up 18%? I don't know. California's got to be out of their mind, dude. They're out of their collective mind. And, yeah, California's on some weird drugs, man. 72 votes in the poll. Wow. So do you forgive Jimmy Kimmel? 49% of you say yes. 51% of you say no. We're really on the half and half scale. So we're pretty much, we could say that half of you guys forgive Jimmy Kimmel and half of you don't for the most part. I mean, this is a really split poll. This might be one of the most split polls I've ever seen. Make sure you guys vote in the poll, by the way. Just because I'm actually a little bit shocked at how split the poll is. Even that's actually shocking me a bit, by the way. You're saying that Trump says the facts don't matter? No. Democrats warp the facts constantly. So, look, politicians are in the business of telling you what you want to hear. Democrats are really good at this, by the way. Hey, we're going to give you free stuff and we're going to lower taxes, even though it doesn't fiscally make sense to lower taxes and give everybody free college and free everything. It doesn't fiscally make sense. Somebody's always paying for it, by the way. I think, my unpopular opinion, I think abolish health insurance completely. Abolish health insurance, abolish any public option. And there should be a program that if anything becomes too expensive, then fine. It could be it could be written off, and the government might be able to help with that or something. I don't know. I'm not a fan of universal health care at the federal level. I don't think health insurance, if there has to be a public option, it should not be on the federal level. Each state, it's up to each state to implement their very own medical programs and stuff, if that makes sense. Auditron, you will subscribe in time. I believe in you, Brony brother. My Brony brothers. What about nude? What would convince you guys to subscribe to the channel, by the way? Would it be nude horseplay? I think it's what a lot of you bronies are into. Yeah, just because you, first off, lawsuits don't mean anything because the Democrats are just trying to sue Trump for anything, really. And I don't know. I just think the Democrats are typically hyperbolic and they make everything seem... They live by the Marxist rule. And this is the one thing that pisses me off about modern Democrats is they really love Karl Marx. But they live by the Marxist rule. Accuse your enemy of what you are currently doing in front of them. It'll confuse... Sorry. Hold on, how does that go? Hold on. If I remember the quote right. Accuse your enemy of what you are doing to them. It'll confuse the hell out of them. Something like that. Basically, if I'm being a psycho, a crazy person, right? And let's say I have an enemy, right? I'm being a psycho and a crazy person. Like, that's what communist Marxists do. They gaslight. Basically, here's the thing, man. I'm not a fan of communists or socialists for the most part because they tend to be the experts at gaslighting and making people feel guilty about shit that they shouldn't even feel guilty about for some reason. I don't know. They're authoritarian in nature. They want to control everybody. That's my problem with the communist socialist mindset, is it's only just a small step away from being authoritarian. Because one, most communists and socialists tend to lean authoritarian because they love telling people what to do. They love talking down to people. You see that all the flipping time, man. It's crazy. I just want to control myself. That's why I love capitalism. It's an individualist mindset. And not that I don't want to see good things happen to people. I think capitalism's brought more people out of poverty than anything. No one's voting for you, dude. You are a scum. You are just as bad. So the irony is that this guy, this man right here, is just as scummy as the guy he's fighting against. And I think that Gavin Newsom, in a lot of ways, my opinion, just an opinion, I think he's projecting. If we're going to be honest, Gavin Newsom just seems like the kind of guy who loves to project. Look at that. That guy right there, projection. That's my opinion. Just an opinion. Don't hate me for it. You can hate me, I don't care. But it's just an opinion. Yeah. I don't know, man. Oh, wow. Gavin, Mr. McInnes is back on X. Okay, I'm just kind of looking at some of these. So I think the question is, are we going to see the uncensoring where people are not as censored as they were before? Because the censoring, man, people were getting censored left and right, it felt like. That's crazy. Yeah, accuse your enemy of what you are doing to them. It'll confuse the hell out of them. It'll confuse the living hell out of them. That's kind of like if I remember correctly, it's kind of like a Marxist communist thing. Look, I think Marxism and communism and all that, I think it's all just art of collective deception is what I believe. I'm not a fan of collectivism. I can't stand it. I think collectivism is probably the worst thing ever. I'm not. That's why I'm not a fan of democracy. We're a constitutional republic. We're not a democracy. Really hate. I just want to say, it's frustrating. So many people in here, man. They're just going crazy. Yeah, communism and socialism, by the way, are both bad ideas. Any form of collectivism is just ridiculous half the time. Individualism, I think, is the key, because I think when an individual focuses on his or her own thing, good things happen. Yeah, Karl Marx could not stand capitalism. Karl Marx, honestly, dude, is an example of a pseudo-intellectual. Karl Marx is a pseudo-intellectual in so many ways. In so many ways, man. Francis, you are a mental patient, just to let you know. You are insane. I can't believe this, man. Just so many. There's a level of mental patients that go into the chat and everything. I'm trying so hard to understand. Dude, what is going on, man? Some of you people in the chat, man. Dude, Francis, you're an example of somebody who spends a little too much time on the internet, man. Look, I think going on social media is a waste of time. I read books. And when I'm not reading books, I'm doing delivery driving. When I'm not doing delivery driving, I'm doing this. And yeah, I read for information. I love reading. I enjoy reading, actually. It's a pleasant activity. Yeah, here's the thing. Marx thought capitalism was a necessary step forward because he wanted to destroy it. He wanted it to exist for a moment, and then so he could destroy it. That's what I believe, at least. I haven't read the entire works. All I know is that collectivism is just a bad idea. It's a very bad idea. Any form of collectivism is bullshit anyway. Dude, but Karl Marx ultimately hated capitalism. He would reluctantly said it was a way forward, but dude. So what do you guys think? So we got 91 votes, and the question is, do you forgive Jimmy Kimmel? 47% of you say yes, 53% of you say no. Look, I mean, I don't think he did anything wrong, but I think that there's a lot of people who didn't or did. And look, at the end of the day, he just said something. He didn't do anything wrong. He just said some stupid things, in my opinion, at least. So yeah, I mean, there's really nothing to hate on, man. But I mean, I'm finding all this stuff just wild. It's all very wild. I've been going for a while, man. Mr. Donaldson in the house, dude. What up, dude? My boy, dude. I'm gonna try not to. I don't know if I got it in me to pull an all-nighter. I really don't. I'd say we're pretty much done with the show for the night. I am exhausted, dude. Not gonna lie. The problem with Karl Marx is he thought he could enhance socialism when socialism was a bad idea. All right, we're going to end the poll real quick. 53% of you say no, blah, blah, blah. That's all right. Whatever. Yeah, dude, I'm pulling an all-night. Oh, I'm not pulling too much of an all-nighter. I should probably get to bed here soon enough, but we just have so many people still coming through, and it's starting to dissipate a little bit at this point. Still, just we got a lot of likes on this video, man. I'm loving it. It's just good to see so many people coming out. And okay, so we're on the super chat power hour, by the way. So only super chats for the next 20 minutes. Let's see. I'm a little bit exhausted right now, you guys. Sorry about that. Dude, I don't know what's up with Francis in the chat, dude, but Francis is pretty sure is a spam bot. I don't really want to think the worst of Francis, but man. Francis, why are you spamming? Do you have to keep spamming? Please. Well, while we're waiting for super chats, I just want to say that I've lost the chat for sure. Francis is out of, I don't know if it's a guy or a girl or not, but dude, you are out of your mind. Out of your mind. Hold on. One moment. Can't win them all, man. Can't win them all. Okay. Watch a short summary. Give me a moment. So BF says watch a short summary of Marx's estranged labor. I still think he's a pseudo-intellectual at the end of the day. I think he thought, look, his ideas seemed probably good on paper, sure. But they're not good in practice. They don't work with human nature. He was too busy trying to change humanity when he needed to have a system that aligned and incentivized humanity. That's the problem. Okay, one moment. Is there something short I can watch? Okay, here we go. We'll watch a Jordan Peterson clip. Because at least it's in short form. I think I only have the attention span right now for short clips. Been doing this for a while.
It's like, oh no, this thing will just do what I want it to do and nothing else. It's like, no, even Marx knew that wasn't true. Marx developed a concept, the concept of alienation. You know, we get alienated from the products of our effort. That's part of the reason he didn't like factories. And fair enough, you know, because factory work, which is repetitive, in some sense destroys our artisanal relationship with what we produce. Now, the problem with Marx's analysis is that, yeah, but it's pretty damn efficient and it lifts people out of absolute poverty, really.
I mean, it does. I'm not going to lie. The industrial era, it helped a lot. And, well, factory work, yeah, it is repetitive in nature, but honestly, as long as you're only... here's the thing. I think that there should be 6-hour work days for human beings. 6 hours. And then you're done for the day. You know what I mean? I really believe that. If you need to, you can have 2 separate shifts.
Quickly. So, but that doesn't mean that, and existential philosophers after Marx developed the concept of alienation to quite a high degree. And technology does alienate us.
Yeah, yeah, without a doubt. Here's the thing. Technology absolutely alienates us, and I'll tell you why. This device right here, this smartphone, as much as I love it, and as handy as it has made my life, because it has made it to where I could be more independent, I could run my businesses. I will admit there are other ways that if I use it, it would be detrimental to my health. I don't use social media. I think it's how you use technology that can make it to where you don't alienate yourself from the world or from who you are. I only use my cell phone primarily for business. I don't play games on it. Anytime I do play video games, I play video games on my computer. Stuff like that. I don't know if that's any better at the end of the day. Only time will tell. And, yeah. I don't know. Oh, hold on. Pop my back. Hold on. Sorry, I mean, it's late. I'm tired.
Because of its artificiality and its coldness and its mechanistic nature, all of that. And, well, we have to contend with that wisely. It's like, oh no, this thing will just do what I want it to do and nothing else. It's like, no, even Marx knew that wasn't true. Marx developed a...
Sorry, we already watched that part of it. I could see that. I will say repetitive labor is frustrating. Whether it's any repetitive task can be, I think it can kind of ruin you a little bit. I agree with that. One of the reasons, thank you, I appreciate it, Francis. This is electrolyte water. Boop. It's pretty dope. Francis has just got a very, hateful woke vocabulary, You gotta stop with your woke vocabulary, Francis. You gotta stop being woke. I mean, if you want to be woke, you can, but... Hey, BF, I want to thank you very much for that suggestion and the super chat, by the way. If anybody wants me to try to react to something, I can't guarantee I will, but throw up a super chat. I'll acknowledge it. More super chats we have, the better. It helps the show grow. If you can't provide a super chat, provide a subscription. And what I mean by subscription, I mean just hit the subscribe button. And helps us out a lot, is what I'm getting at. And we're trying to help you guys out a lot, too. We're trying to react to things, do fun things. How is asking for a subscribe rage bait? How is asking for a super chat rage bait, dude? Some of the people on my chat, man, tons of problems, tons of mental issues. I don't know what it is, but... The products we make alienate us from the rest of humanity is kind of what it comes down to. Look, he had some interesting ideas, granted. But communism is just a bad idea. Look, communism's a crap idea. But any super chats, by the way, if you guys want me to look up something specific, I'm not going to guarantee anything, but I will do the best I can to react to something or read something or what have you. All right, we're only answering super chats for the next 20 minutes. If anybody's got anything they want to talk about with Mr. Jimmy Kimmel, the left's darling, the wokest man that I've ever known, Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, the wokest, the greatest woke, the wokiest of all time. He's back. And look, I didn't want him. I would donate, but I asked you to watch a 2-minute clip, and instead you watched Jordan Peterson ramble about stuff off topic. Okay, well, hold on. What was the 2-minute clip? I didn't see the 2-minute clip on there. What's the full title? I'll watch it. Hold on. It's just a 2-minute video, but which one are we talking about here? I didn't see any 2-minute videos on there. Karl Marx, alienation theory. Okay, BBC Radio. Okay, that's the one. Oh, it's this one. Okay. Yeah.
Karl Marx
Told you
on
I'd do it.
alienation. Karl Marx believed that work, at its best, is what makes us human. It fulfills our species' essence, as he put it. Work allows us to live, to be creative, to flourish. However, the reality in 19th century Europe was that work destroyed workers, particularly those who had nothing to sell but their labor. To the mill and factory owners, a worker was simply an abstract idea with a stomach that needed to be filled. The workers had no choice but to toil long hours for a pitiful wage. What was worse, their labor alienated them. Alienation is a disorienting sense of exclusion and separation. Factory labor, under capitalism, alienated the workers from the product of their labor. They made stuff they couldn't afford to buy, which disappeared to shops in far-off places, to make money for people who paid them next to nothing. The factory production line split jobs into meaningless tasks that made the hours at work tedious, empty and bleak. They became cogs in a gigantic machine. Workers lived for the few hours at home when they could eat, sleep and relax. The rest of the time, they weren't fully alive.
This is interesting. This is very interesting because honestly, yeah, because I've worked some jobs where I've had to do repetitive labor. I wouldn't say it was soul crushing, but I do understand that, you get a little exhausted at the end of the day and all you want to do is just kind of lay down. And I think that, the human mind does need variety. And I don't think we were designed to just do repetitive tasks for hours on end. We could do repetitive tasks. We are capable of these things. But I think only in short bursts, maybe every hour. But for some reason, I'm really good at repetitive tasks. So for instance, when I was working for T-Tech, I took a lot of calls. There were days, even on slow days, I would take 51 or 55 calls where the rest of my colleagues were only taking the morning crew only took about 40, 42, 44, But I was good at, and the calls were pretty quick and there was really repetitive situations. So a lot of the calls kind of ended up blending together in a sense and you just kind of get a knack for it, but it was interesting.
This work also alienated them from each other. The only way out of this drudgery, Marx argued, was for the workers to organize and revolt. They needed to seize the means of production, leading to his famous rallying cry, "Workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your..."
That's where a union comes in. I think that's where the unions came in, was Karl Marx's famous thing, "You must unite, everybody." I get it. And I think unions can do good. I think it's good that unions exist, even though that sometimes the net result is not always the best that a union produces. But let's see here. Well, that was interesting. Yeah, and I'm glad labor laws exist, and it is possible. I will say this. Well, I think Marxism is ultimately bad. I do believe some good actually came out of that bad idea. I do like the idea of unions. I do. I don't think they're necessarily bad. I do think unions do keep big companies in check, making sure they don't take advantage of their workers in negative ways, you know, stuff like that. I get that for sure. But yeah, you guys were only answering super chats at the moment, so any super chats that you guys want to throw my way really helps out the channel a lot, helps us grow. And I'll do my best to answer, react, you know, whatever. If you have a question, I'll be sincere about the answering too. I mean, even if it's a question I don't like, I'll stomach it and I'll try to answer. Yeah, BF, look. Communism, I think there were a few aspects that came out of Marx's work that were okay. There is a human element that I do like to Marx's work, I will admit, some of it. But I do believe that ultimately collectivism is a net negative to society. I think unions get a little crazy sometimes. So you can't always, in my opinion, trust the unions. But yeah, make sure you guys are, we're only answering super chats for the next, basically 20 minutes. So if anybody's got any last minute super chats, anything they want to add, the better. We're trying to answer questions, but this is the last part of the show. We've been going for about 3 hours and 53 minutes. Wow. Wow. Crazy. So yeah, make sure you guys get in your questions in super chat form. I will do my best to answer. And yeah, no problem, BF. Absolutely, man. I definitely am trying. I am certainly trying. For some reason, I didn't see the video at first, but I know which one you're talking about now. And thanks for being patient with me. I appreciate that. But yeah, so if anybody's got any super chat questions, we are pretty much only answering super chats at this time for the rest of the show. We really appreciate any super chats you throw our way. It helps the channel in so many ways. Just you guys watching and subscribing helps, believe it or not. You guys have been an instrumental part of the show. A lot of people have been. And I'm happy, man. I'm a lucky dude. I get to do a show that I find to be exhilarating. You know, I love reacting to videos. I love giving my opinions. It's fun to hear people. It's fun to react to videos, for sure. But BF, I want to thank you, brother. Oh. And I got to admit, ever since I got fired from the job, you know, for disagreeing with a few things that the company was doing, and then mainly it wasn't just the company, it was also the fact that my team lead was being she was awful, dude. Not a good person. I'll tell you that. The team lead that I had to deal with at T-Tech, not a good person, man. Hell no. I am just glad I don't have to deal with her anymore. Like, That was the best part about getting fired, was knowing I didn't have to go into that toxic work environment with a crappy manager, man. Crappy management will do that to you, man. Abso-freaking-lutely will do that to you. It's crazy. But it's good to see. Look, I am glad ultimately that Jimmy Kimmel didn't get fired. If Nofo is asking, are you working now? I'm not working at the moment. Well, I'm doing this show, which is making me money. I've been looking for work. Doing all the right stuff to look for work and everything. But I do have a means of income, at least of making money. It's not like I'm not employed, basically. It'd be cool if I was, but I'm not. But there are things that I do to get money, good, ethical things, obviously. If I have to, I basically just do what I was doing before when I was working. I would do an occasional DoorDash thing. Doing this, I am going to be collecting unemployment here pretty soon, just because, I was wrongfully fired. I was discriminated against in so many ways, and I don't like that. I don't like the fact that I still, it rubs me the wrong way just thinking about it. And I will say, getting unemployment benefits will be, as long as I get approved fully for those, will be kind of a retribution for what they, for what T-Tech did. And the managers that I had to deal with were just plain and simple. The best description I could give was just awful. And I straight up cannot. Ugh. They're just bad, dude. Bad. Just bad news. I do believe there should be social safety nets, absolutely. I really do. I think there should be social safety nets of some kind. Why am I answering only super chats? Well, honestly, I've been doing... Look, first off, this episode, we're on hour number 4. We're on hour number 4, and honestly, I was like, you know what? For the last part of the show, we're just doing super chats only. I've made a good amount of super chats tonight. I'm not gonna lie, I made an okay amount, but I just decided it was best to answer the super chats only. There's a freaking gnat, man. It's killing me. But yeah, I just thought super chats would be the way to end it. I think it's a good way to end any show, because we've been, like I said, we had been going for a while. So yeah, it gives us a way for the fans who want to be seen. I can, make sure you guys subscribe to FSX. It allows me to give you a shout out to your channel. We got a huge subscriber base on this channel. We really, we want to make sure that we're helping. If you're a small YouTuber or just want some extra subscribers, we want to try to encourage people to subscribe to your channel. And I also just like, putting out a Vine to people who were nice enough to even give me just a couple bucks. So FSX, I want to thank you for that couple bucks, man. That really helps out a lot and helps the channel grow in many ways. And we're trying to see what we can accomplish, man. But yeah, we're keeping it steady. We're still trying to see where we can go with the show. And William Polk does not like me. He thinks I'm the devil. I think you're just mad, dude, that I'm asking for super chats. Dude, William has been saying some weird stuff in the chat, man. To me, it's weird what William's saying. But whatever. But FSX, thank you very much for the $1.99. I really appreciate it, big dog. But yeah, I mean, what do you guys think about Jimmy Kimmel coming back? I mean, I think it's good. I'm not, like I said, don't confuse that with me being a Jimmy Kimmel fan. If the FCC had anything to do with trying to get him off the air, I'm not a fan of that. I think it's wrong. I want to see, even comedians I think that suck, I still think, should not be canceled by the government. Now, if the network wants to cancel them, okay, that's fair. I'm not the biggest fan of Kimmel, but yeah, FCC, the government itself should not dictate who gets to speak on TV. That's up to the TV stations. And if ABC wants to fire Jimmy Kimmel, okay. He'll probably go on to another network, or he'll just start a podcast. I'm actually surprised. I think he would have been better off just doing like a podcast or something. I think he does need a writing room though, because I don't think he's very good at writing. I think that is a thing. Thank you for the super chats, you guys. Thank you for the Vine. Appreciate it. Just a quick shout out though, only answering and highlighting super chats for the moment. But yeah, FSX, make sure you guys subscribe to FSX. We're only answering, like I said, he's asking why are you only answering super chats? We're at the end of the show and we're kind of just trying to answer people's questions, trying to give a Vine, convince, trying to let everybody know that, hey, this person's trying to make it big on YouTube, and I want to try to point my audience to really, really good, to people who are nice enough to give us a super chat, because it's an incentive for you to advertise on us, on our channel. So I appreciate it big time, and it's pretty cheap. Oh my goodness, thank you FXX. I really appreciate this super chat. $4.99 super chat. Really appreciate it. Saying I respect that. Actually, I think it would be better to answer questions specific from people who care about what you say at the end, not full stream OFC. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd say it's an interesting opinion though. Let me reply to it though in here as a regular. I'm just gonna type out my reply. Yeah. I will admit my tactics are a bit unorthodox, but did I spell unorthodox right? Jesus. But I will heavily consider what you have said and possibly implement it. There we go. But yeah, guys, make sure you guys subscribe to FSX. Thank you for the super chat, my man. Thank you for the Vine. I appreciate that big time. But no, do you got anything you want to shout out, though? FSX says, I've seen a lot of unhinged questions asked. Yeah, I do like to answer the unhinged ones for sure. But there are longtime friends of the show, longtime friends of the show who have been crucial in the show being so successful that I feel like I'm obligated, not just feel, I know, I enjoy answering. Like Tim Smith. Tim Smith is my boy. That guy is like he's the show's ride or die, dude. He's one of the big reasons, in my opinion, that this show has been so successful. And I just got to say, I appreciate Tim big time, man. He's been extremely influential in this show, and I respect the crap out of him, man. That's all I gotta say. I respect the crap out of him. FSX, you want me to check out your music? Now, I don't normally review music on the channel, but because of copyright strikes, so you never know when that'll happen. So I'm going to check out your channel, actually. Give me a second to figure out how I'm going to pull that off. Go to channel. That's the channel. Now, do you want me to just show your channel? By the way, this is FSX's channel. Oh, okay, not on the stream. Okay. Well, hey, you guys, this is FSX's channel. We're not going to listen to the music, but if you guys want to hear FSX's channel, it is, we're going to highlight this here real quick, at FSX, and that's F as in Foxtrot, S as in Sierra, X as in X-Ray, 115. So at FSX 115 is the, what do you call that? The alias? The channel name? No, definitely check it out, man. I mean, to anybody who's still listening and stuff. We still got quite a few people rolling in, man. We've had a lot of people rolling in on the stream tonight. It's been fun. Gotten a pretty good amount of super chats, which is really always handy. We're always trying to exceed that as much as we can. But, yeah. But one more time, I'm going to read your chat one more time to the crowd. FSX says, I respect that, actually. I think it would be better to answer questions specific from people who care about what you say. At the end, not full stream. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even on the super chat only ones, I mean, if you're a member, I'll cut you some slack, you know, because it's only 99 cents a month. And if you end up being a member, I can cut you some slack and let you jump the rope or whatever, however that term rolls. But yeah, thank you, FSX, man. What a beast. What a beast, dude. I appreciate it big time, man. Thank you for the other super chat, by the way. Thank you, FSX. That I appreciate big time. FSX says, appreciate it. I'm going off for tonight, but enjoy the rest of your stream. Thank you again for your generosity. I'm trying to type it all out just because I like to respond to every super chat with as heartfelt of a message as I can. What the heck? Hold on. Damn it, hold on. Thank you for being so kind. And the insights you gave me can be pretty valuable. Keep rocking with your music, bud. I am rooting for ya. There we go. FSX, baby. Everybody, check out FSX's YouTube channel. You guys see him right in the chat. You can click on him, get right in there. Check out his music. Or her. I don't know if actually his or her. I can't tell who I'm going to assume, I guess it's a guy. I don't know. But thank you, FSX. I really appreciate it big time. Now, like I said, we are, for the most part, actually, let me show the super chat, the last one he gave. Just big shout out, man. Big shout out, dude. But yeah, FSX says, appreciate it, laughing emoji. I'm going off for the night, but enjoy the rest of your stream. Hey, man. Again, thank you for the Vine. Thank you for the super chat. It means a lot. More than you realize, brother. You know, we're always trying our best to make the show a big hit, a big success. And I'm praying and hoping, trying and making every effort to improve this show. And just having people like you just being kind and giving me some pointers. The more pointers I get, the better. Because it makes me understand how I can market the show better, request super chats accordingly, because I do want to let people know the incentives of super chats is really kind of the key. FSX says, still breathing is a banger. If I could talk to you is raw AF. Maybe one of these days we'll have to do a quick reaction to one of the songs. That's pretty dope though. FSX, thank you, brother. I really appreciate that big time. Thank you. Let's see. Well, I'm just gonna recommend everybody. I think I'm only staying online for probably another about 5 minutes, man. I'm just a little bit tired at the moment. I'm sorry, you guys. Unless I just kept the stream going, but. Ooh. But again, I do want to thank you guys. Like I said, we're only answering super chats for like maybe the next 5 minutes. And then I am off to bed. But give FSX a subscribe. Check out my man's music. Total stud, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the Vine, brother. Yeah, dude, I see just another subscribe, man. Heck yeah. Yeah, I just subscribed to FSX, by the way, so that should be 8 subscribers now. Yeah, there we go. We just got FSX 2 more subscribers, that me and the other dude. So if you guys can, make sure you subscribe right now to FSX. Big time, helps our boy out, man. All right, you guys, I am a little bit tired. One last call for super chats. I will answer whatever the last super chat ends up being. Get your super chats in right now. We got 2 more minutes. I will answer the last question. Hopefully the last question needs to be a super chat, though, for me to answer it fully to the best of my ability. I feel good about it, man. I feel really, really good about it. Doing the best I can, brothers. Absolutely. Thank you, by the way, for all the likes and all the subscribes, everybody. You guys have been incredible. Just very kinder crowd than I expected. There was some person named Francis who was being a total D-bag. We'll just say that. There was a person named Francis that was just like being awful. But, you know. Tends to happen sometimes. You never know. I am wise. I'm a wise man. There were just 3 wise men just trying to have some fun. Look who's alone now. It's not me. It's not me. Those 3 wise men, they've got a semi by the sea. Gotta ask yourself the question, where are you now? Really sorry now they want to know they got caught up in your talent show with you nifty little bastards in your fancy dress. You just judge each other, try to impress, but they couldn't escape from you, couldn't be free of you. And now they know there's no way out in there. Really sorry now for all they've done. They were 3 wise men just trying to have some fun. Look who's alone now. It's not me. It's not me. Those 3 wise men, they've gotta
laugh out loud.
Semi by the sea. Gotta ask yourself the question, where are you now? Oh, dude, thank you for the super chat, my man. I appreciate that big time. FSX is asking, last question of the stream, how was your day? It went a lot better than I expected, to be honest. I got to be around people I care about. How was your day, bud? And by the way, you don't have to answer this one in a super chat, but honestly though, FSX, just because I am curious, how was your day, man? I mean, was it a good day? I mean, have things been going well for you? I just think it's cool that you do music, man. Like, as much as I like to think that I'm a musician, I think I'm an okay singer. I'm going to say okay. Because there's only a certain type of range that I could do when it comes to singing. I feel like my singing voice is pretty limited. I can't go as high as I used to anymore. So I think when I do like metal or rock, I sound like Alex Jones. But FSX says, got the Mustang stuck trail riding. Took about 2 hours to dig out. It was eventful, but spent that time with the best people. Dude, I love it, bro. I love hearing that. Hey, good vibes, man. Hey, sometimes... sometimes those are the best moments. You know? They don't seem like it at first. But as you're going through it all, you're just like, I can't think of anybody else I'd rather be going through this with. That matters, man. That's cool. It's freaking awesome, man. I appreciate you even just... I just thank you, FSX, for asking that. It's just... honestly, I'm tearing up, man. That's like it's just sweet. It's just generally sweet. Thank you, bud. Wherever you may be, bud. FSX, I just want to say thank you for the kindness. Thank you for the Vine. Make sure you guys subscribe to FSX. Just as because I am gonna listen to your music as soon as I can. I'm still a little bit beat. I'm probably, once I'm done with the stream, I'm gonna go right to bed. But man, check out the dude's music. Dude, clearly, I think your heart's in the right place. You're trying your best, and I just appreciate you giving a weirdo like me super chats. I mean, it means a lot, more than you realize, man. I'm sincere about this too, man. Like, I'm just, sometimes it blows my mind, man. People just level of generosity there. It's just very sweet, man. It's very kind. Nofo says I subbed to FSX. Hell yeah, dude. Everybody in the chat, make sure you guys subscribe to, and I'm going to put the alias on here too real quick. FSX. Here we go. Just had it up. Here we go. It's the alias is at FSX is asking, do you have a Discord community? I don't. I mean, I kind of do, but I never check it, and it's barely moderate. I don't even know what the exact thing for the Discord, I understand how it works, but man, I don't really pay that much attention to it, if we're gonna be honest. Let's see. Free Angel says the world needs different. Garza, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. The world does, man. And look, I'm not going to just say we all need to be kind to each other, but we all need to be a little more, not tolerant, but to the best of our abilities. To the best of our abilities, try to be...
laugh out loud.
Maybe understanding or accepting, to others. It's not an easy task. I'll admit it. It can be very difficult, man. It can be very difficult. But we can all make our best effort at the end of the day. Thank you, Nofo, for the Vine. I appreciate the super, my man. Let's get Nofo showing up on here. Thank you, my brony brother. You the man. Sorry I call everybody bronies, by the way. I know that probably infuriates people. People are like, why is this guy calling me a brony brother? It makes me uncomfortable, but thank you guys. Thank you, Nofo. Thank you, FSX. I appreciate all you guys. Very unexpected. It's crazy. Sometimes this is why I love doing these streams, man. And I love doing reaction videos too. Reaction videos are just fun, man. Giving commentary on events and things that are happening, in real time. Doing the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing was actually kind of fun. I still think Jimmy Kimmel, FSX says, when are you streaming next? For the next 2 days, I do plan on streaming quite a bit, as much as I possibly can. Because I've been doing, so I split my time between DoorDash and basically delivery driving, and doing the YouTube channel ever since I got fired. I've been really focusing on the YouTube channel because it has been growing at a rapid pace, and I'm really trying to get it to grow. I say that to my wiener all the time. I'm trying to get you to grow. But, yeah, we're just doing the best we can on the channel, and really trying to be as sincere and honest and really who we truly are on this show as best as we can. So, yeah, make sure you guys check out at FSX115. Subscribe, man. Just get divine, man. Anyway, though,
You're very sexy.
Thank you, Free Angel, for the sub. I appreciate it. Really do. Gotta go for tonight. I subscribe, so I guess I'll catch you later when you're on. Thank you. I appreciate the subscribe, man. Free Angel, I appreciate it. Okay. I can barely stay awake right now.
Laugh out loud.
Oh, whoa. FSX, thank you again, man. Thank you big time for the Vine. FSX says you got my support. Hell yeah. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I definitely want to get your music pumping on multiple people's phones, man. Just because I love trying to get people to listen to new music. I enjoy listening to new music, and it's pretty fun. Like I like from the bottom of my heart, sincerely just enjoy discovering new music, especially from artists who are like doing it independently. I respect independent artists more than artists who do it in a studio. I respect both overall, but I know how tough something like that could potentially be. So, man, FSX, I appreciate that big time. Let me show you up. Let me show you up on the screen here. Show you on here. But yeah, thank you for the show of support, brother. I appreciate it big time. Sorry, hold on. I think I got something in my nose. Sorry, a bug, insect of some kind flew up in my nose. I think it was a gnat. Sorry about that. I know it's kind of gross. Sorry about doing that, you guys, in front of you guys. All right, you guys. I am a little bit tired. Like I said before I go, make sure you guys check out FSX. He's supporting the channel in a lot of ways. And I want to see what I could do to use, whatever influence I have out there to help this young, aspiring artist to kick butt, dude. But I'll catch y'all later. If you guys haven't already subscribed to the channel, more subscribers we have, the better. We're really, really trying to expand just how far the reach of the show is. And at the end of the day, I really don't think there's any limit to how far this show could go and how many people we can promote. Because I love promoting people's stuff. It's fun. I love hyping people up, not in a bad way, but like in a good way. Like, I like pumping people's self-esteem up. It's very fun. But I appreciate you all for even tuning in. And I just hope you all have an incredible rest of the day. Rest of the night, all right?